giving out the microphone is we do have a lot of francophones in the hall today. So I will please ask you to be a little bit slow and very articulate for our francophone colleagues here to be able to follow the discussion. Je disais juste à mes confrères et à mes sœurs francophones ici que nos panélistes vont essayer de parler un peu lentement pour que vous puissiez suivre la discussion. Voilà. Thank you. A round of applause, and shall we start? Ah, we have a good news. Mr. André Laperrière of Gordon is here with us. So he's going to take his seat. And for the last time, I'm going to call Madame Jeannelle again. If she's not around yet, but if she comes in between time, she will join us on stage as well. Well, let's take it away. Anybody has a question to ask, please raise your hand. If anyone has a question to ask or a comment to make about technology, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will just start with an address from each of our panelists for the discussion to be rolling on. So please, Mr. Paul Bartel, take the microphone. Or rather, because you are seated that way, I will start from start to the end. So Mr. André Laperrière, I would like you to make an overview, a comment that you would like to share to the crowd based on what you've experienced in the first 2 days and the kind of impact you want to leave after this conference. Can you please make sure that the microphone is working? It looks like we do not have sound. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Bonjour tout le monde. Well, it's very difficult to conclude or to even summarize such a rich event because over the last few days we've seen an extraordinary level of energy, willingness, and forward-looking attitude from all the participants, whether government people, private people, students, everybody who was there. But I just wish to say that as happy as we can be of what has been achieved so far and will still be achieved today and tomorrow, the real work really starts when we leave this place. We spoke a lot about many different things. We could talk about gender, geospatial data, of course, with the key point that I tried to raise personally on my side, which is data integration. We saw in the little video that I shared with you in the very first day how much of a difference it can make when we take inputs from various sources, put them together, because the combination is so much more than the sum of its parts. That's also true with people. Working together, we can do so much more than the sum of everything we can do individually. So my message to you leaving this place is let's see how we can make the best use of geodata and other sources of data in a comprehensive approach, and better, how we can make it more easily understood and used by farmers, by all those involved in the value chain. So that's really my message. Let's take it home with you, share what you've experienced here with your colleagues, and make sure that data is no more an abstraction, but that's a tool that all of us can use day to day.
Thank you very much. A very good message. And you are right. I believe the real work starts after this conference, as you said. Mr. Paul Bartel, please take the microphone to share your message.
Well, thank you. And thanks to Andre, because I can keep my remarks very short. Really, the challenge is how every individual here personalizes what you've taken home, what you've taken in during this, this conference, and your commitment to actually use this and promote it and affect the lives of the people in your communities to which you return. And I can't emphasize that enough, because we can make a career of attending conferences. But at the end of the day, what we have are a series of bags, various agendas, and some pins. And you're measured not by the bags and the pins, but by the impacts you've had in your community.
Thank you very much. I really like the last sentence when you said you are measured by the impact on your community. I think this is so much important because it's part of leadership. Please, the next speaker, Mr. Jimson Olufuye, for your address.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome my colleagues on the panel. Again, my name is Jimson Olufuye. It has been a very wonderful 3-day event, thus far great, and I really want to appreciate the organizers, the wisdom, and this team in particular, because it's not easy to pull events like this together, especially in our continent. It's tough. So I really appreciate everyone that also came, because it's also important to be here as well. So now that we are here, we need to see ourselves as champions. There's been a lot that's been shared. You know, as Paul and Andre mentioned, you know, a lot of data available. How can it impact our communities? Okay? A lot of data indeed. And I've observed that we have challenges accessing those data, because there are a lot of URL that I saw were down. And so we need to have long-term plan, you know, when we do cloud computing, when we work on data, the data should be available. Not just that, oh, do they have data? We have data, but it should be accessible, as we saw with the presenters in the first day. So it's when it's available, accessible, that we can easily apply it, you know, to communities, to develop ourselves. The bottom line is taking Africa out of poverty, really. And this conference is about empowerment. A lot has been shared. It's about empowerment. So if we do not impact the community, as has been said, then what is the benefit? So please, let's go home, that we're going to have a project. This is challenging us that we should have a project. We're not going to sleep on it. Have a project for the community so that we can really succeed with the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, the Millennium Development Goals came and passed, and African continent did not fare well in that assessment. We must be frank with ourselves. I look at the statistics. So there are challenges, and other countries really did well. So SDG is with us right now. We're talking about SDG, agriculture. In fact, that's another takeaway. Ghana is doing a lot concerning agriculture, but I also see that the data in agriculture needs to be available, accessible, you know, for all, you know, to see. So the SDG offices need to be part of what we are doing. I didn't even hear much about SDG offices. You know, part of the United Nations recommendation is that we should domesticate the General Assembly resolution, so that we have offices, SDG offices in all our countries. They will be monitoring and following up. But perhaps if there is one I have not heard, but it would be good to hear that there is an SDG office that will be able to take all these very vital outputs to become good outcomes. That by 2030, we'll have good results, you know, to evaluate for ourselves. No more hunger, no more poverty, no more inequality, good health, and so on and so forth. But we're making progress, and this event is a very good one, very, very good one. Again, I commend the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now to Mr. Vitus for our final address before we start taking questions from the crowd. Please start and get your questions ready, and let's get the conversation going after Mr. Vitus shares his message.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Vitus Bobno, and I work with Ghana Statistical Service. I would like to recommend the organizers of this event. They have done massively very well. because this conference is an eye-opener. It has actually created that kind of information sharing, awareness creation, and it has also built the capacity of some participants. Because yesterday I went around and I noticed that we had some sections on artificial intelligence learning, geospatial learning, and then other sessions were going on, and then also the Women's Forum. Yeah, we are in an era of data revolution because of our developmental agendas. We are all aware about the Global Developmental Agenda, which is the SDGs indicators. We are aware of our own African AU Agenda 2063. All these agendas require data. And if you look at the data that is required to monitor most of these agendas, chunk of the indicators, we require data from technological aspect. Our traditional and conventional way of collecting data to monitor these indicators alone cannot address these agendas. That is from our surveys, our censuses, and our administrative data system of collecting data and monitoring these indicators. We need to blend data, this conventional way of collecting data, with other ways, which are the technological form, which is one of them is the geospatial. As I speak, Ghana Statistical Service is currently running a project on African Regional Data Cube. We are collecting data on satellite imagery, which we are using to support in monitoring our SDGs. So all what I would say is that, in fact, the event has been very good. It has actually opened up many people who didn't know. Some of us thought the only way of collecting data were just the survey censuses, but then we have gotten to know that there is so much data in the other technological ways, such as the geospatial. Because let's say you want to measure forest deforestation, you can't go out there and determine that. It is only through geospatial or satellite imagery. You want to determine water or water body pollution or water pollution, it is through this technological way of gathering data. So I think we shouldn't go back and just relent. We should go back, just as my senior man said, push the agenda forward, also see how we can create awareness and be champions of this event. Also sell out the idea that what we have learned here to other people so that they would know what is going on and with regards to data gathering and data collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talks that you said. Just to sum it up, Mr. Vitus, yes, it was very interesting when you said that collecting data is not just made via surveys, that you knock on people's door, or maybe you send a Google form for people to just enter information. There's so much deforestation, state of water bodies, all of that can be collected through geospatial technology. And like you said, you want to blend our current way of, traditional way of collecting data by using geospatial technology. And then Mr. Jimson Olufuye, you were also really advocating for data to be more accessible and to be easier for it to be applied by using geospatial data to help take Africa out of poverty. I find this very interesting, and I would like us to elaborate on that topic. I will now take the first question. I have a gentleman there. Please, your name, your organization, and let's get your question. Please try to make it as straight to the point as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is not so much a question, but a comment that I want to make in follow-up with the comment that has been made by...
kindly speak more through the microphone. Thank you very much.
Yes. My name is Kiringai Kamau. I'm from the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. And I want to follow up on a challenge that has been thrown to all of us by Andre, who I represent in Africa in the capacity of capacity building for African governments in terms of communities engaging with data in agriculture and policy institutions. And the way we expect the outcomes of this conference to be beneficial to countries and institutions that are represented here is to first of all be in a position to define clearly for each country and for each institution that is here what you see as the solution that you want to deliver for your country. And then using that, make sure that the biggest challenge that is visible is the structure within which we are seeking to deliver that solution to our country within the perspective of the SDGs that Gordon moves more closely, which is SDG 2 on food and nutrition. No hunger. We are therefore looking at what are the strategies within those structures that we seek that to see from every country. Is it possible that we design structures that are run by systems that you can see partners that are here, that you'll go with, and identify how you can fit within the framework that each one of them is defining as a potential partner in your work. The next one that we need to look at is, do we have the right strategy? Do we have the right staffing or the people to actually go and implement what you are thinking of going to work with? It is that capacity development that we now seek. How do we create that? And in the coming months and years, we shall be looking at how do we build that capacity, particularly starting with the statistical organizations and their capacity to integrate data and the technologies that are right, using the digital cube, the data cube that we have actually been part of. So I am saying, therefore, that Gordon is open and ready, and we are going to be calling on each of those that are represented here from the diverse countries to actually explore how do we intervene at your country level, particularly on the structural dimension, which is heavily missing in the majority of the institutions that I have had the privilege of interacting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will let one of our speakers make a comment on the statement, whilst we also get the next person who wants to ask a question. Please get ready. We have one microphone here and another over there on the left. Okay. Thank you. Yes, you can, please.
Victor Sunday is my name, Unique Mappers Team, Nigeria. While looking at the activities so far, I also want us to think around data. All along, we've been talking about data, and it's all about geospatial data. And I keep asking how free and accessible are these data. The custodians of this data, are they really making it available to the end users? And then when we also talk about data that is web-based, I think we should also think around the cost of the internet data subscription. Because if you provide a mobile app to a local farmer, and then you want to collect data on daily basis or weekly basis from a farm, or even for any other geospatial data, it will require internet data subscription. To upload, it will require internet data subscription to create some geospatial data on some online platform. And I expect these internet data subscribers to be available in such a program like this, so that we can all work together to reshape Africa development along this line. So I want us to think around this because if we are involving our youths and trying to bridge the gap in women or gender equality and digital gap, you find out that internet data subscription is very, very vital. So how free is our geospatial data? And to what extent can we really take care of the internet data subscription that is necessary for providing critical geospatial data? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this brilliant question, because it's true that internet connectivity is still an issue in many African countries. In Ghana, it is very accessible, but also very expensive. So please, I will ask one of our panelists to make a comment on his question. Yes, please. Paul Bartel.
If I answer this question, maybe I don't have to answer the question from the next person. I would just like to say we have to think of this in two things. You think of data as a car, and you think of internet as the road, right? So the data are free from the provider. The access to the data are not free because of the internet. And ultimately, if you look in another conference, I gave a presentation. If you look at the cost of data, you look at the cost of internet access throughout Africa, it's a very significant part of the individual's monthly income. Whereas in other parts of the world, Asia, Europe, and the Americas, it's a very small part. And so one asks why this may be the case, and I would say the key issue involved in internet accessibility and cost is the lack of competition. When you have competition, everyone strives to be better and cheaper than the other one. And from the standpoint of Severe, we actually have no role in that. But it is certainly a critical issue, especially if you're thinking of data and specifically geospatial data as an economic driver, a driver for economic growth.
Thank you very much for this answer. I really love the analogy about thinking of data as a car and the internet as the road. And of course, like you said, Servier doesn't have any hand in that, but hopefully. Another point I wanted to comment on is when you said that the cost of data versus the cost of internet is also a matter of lack of competition, which I believe is true, because even in independent media production, one thing we can know is if there was an internet provider that was as cheap as ESPN, for example, in the United States, it will be a big problem for traditional TV stations, because then every Ghanaian will be online and not watching TV anymore. Anyways, I'm going to take the next question from the gentleman there. Please, your name, your organization, and your question.
Sure. My name is David Saw. I'm from the University of San Francisco and part of the Severe Network. This is my first time to West Africa, first time to Ghana. Impressed by the capacity and capabilities of all the people and institutions that I've seen here. Something that's been really amazing. And I know the folks, the panelists, you guys talked about next steps, things that we could do after this conference. I know one of the things I would like to do right after this conference is that there was a group of college kids that were really interested in learning how to take the next step with some of these technologies. And I would like to pursue that with them. What are going to be your next steps after this conference? And Paul, you're not off the hook. If we can, what are your next steps after this conference in terms of what you're going to do from what you learned here?
Thank you very much. Yes, what are your next steps? I will let each of the panelists answer this question, and I will do it in a reverse order. So please, Mr. Vitus, start with what you will do after this conference to take the project to the next level. Or you can pass the other microphone, the one that works. Yep. Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I don't think after this conference, this should be the end of the geospatial issue. We should still continue with it even as we go to our respective countries. So even as we live here, but then the organizers and the sponsors of this conference will still be linking up with people who would get back to their countries and would desire some capacity building, or will require that we sort of move in to sort of have some interactions with some groups that probably are organized in their respective countries, so that we could also sell out the whole idea of this geospatial data gathering or data collection to other institutions, smaller institutions or groups, so that at least the idea doesn't die after this conference, but then we can still continue with the awareness creation and the capacity building in smaller groups in our respective countries. So as we live here, we'll still be linking up. We are not saying after this conference that ends it. The organizers are there, sponsors are there. Those who are championing this program are still, we can exchange contacts so that we'll keep in touch and then continue to see how best we can propel this idea of this project on the geospatial data gathering and data collection in monitoring our developmental frameworks. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Olufuye?
Okay, thank you very much. Those are nice comments and very direct question. Well, we need to note this, that if there is no data, there will be no information. And then, of course, if there is no information, you're unable to do much. And if there are also no solutions to drive our processes, the digital divide will continue to be wider and wider. So for entrepreneurs, just know the opportunities there. We have seen that a lot of data are there, so we need to look for them and see how we can apply it locally. And we have an organization, the Africa ICT Alliance. We're actually building an investment portal, a repository for countrywide information across Africa. So that project is ongoing. So it's something we could port to all this data available. But if you cannot access those data, how can we integrate? So I would like to advise those officials responsible for structure. You need to plan long term. You know, hitherto people plan just between 1 year, 365 days. Plan long term. Yeah, that's what we do. We plan 2, 3 years, 5 years, so that we get the funding we need for the long term, so that there will be no break in availability of this data. So we need to take note of that. Plan long term is part of the very important strategy we need to imbibe. Then in regard to cost of data, yes, I agree, competition drives it. In Nigeria, competition is what brought the prices down. You know, a provider said, oh, it's not going to be possible to have per second charging, but another competitor brought per second. And everybody was like migrating to per second, and before the guy changed, they said, okay, we'll do per second. So, and prices, cutthroat prices. Even cost of price of data has been going down year in, year out. So competition is very key, and that means that administrators, they need to take note. Ensure that you have transparent policy framework, you know, for new investors or the existing investors to operate. And then you will see the cost will really come down to where it is. We have a lot of data coming into West Africa through the coast, but they could not come in as well. So the policymakers, government, they need to remove bottlenecks. There are too many taxes. So they need to streamline taxis, remove those barriers that are hindering the deployment of this fiber infrastructure to the last mile. We can also use new technologies like TV white spaces as part of the digital dividend, to broaden the connectivity down to the people in the remote areas. So access is very important, yes, and the price needs to be affordable. And I was hoping the people from the Alliance for Affordable Internet would be around because they are doing a lot of work. And that advocacy needs to continue. So last pitch is that those that are in the ICT industry, entrepreneurs, I want to encourage you as your next step, join us in AFICTA so that together we continue to put the necessary advisory onto the decision makers so that they can do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olufuye. Now time for Mr. Paul Bartel to answer this question as well.
This one's on.
Yep.
I was hoping that Andre would make his intervention. But let's, the internet issue is one that is critical, and it goes well beyond this room. And I hope that it's something that actually may be taken up at a regional level, so that those reasonable solution and harmonized policy structure could be established. I think that David also mentioned capacity building. Is that right, David? And so the universities, of course, are the home of excellence in Africa, and we know that there are a wide range of universities and some stellar universities in the region. And it was mentioned earlier in the week, the need to tailor the curriculum to meet today's needs. And I think that that is an important aspect. The other issue, which is of course related to the internet, is there are a tremendous amount of materials available to those who wish to learn through a massively open campus courses, through webinars that are available on various websites. And I would encourage every institution that's here to be sure that they adopt open science principles, and one of those is that the course materials and educational materials are also freely open and available so that they can be used by others to reach out more deeply into especially the young population who wishes to learn. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Late President Kennedy used to say, or once said, it's not so much what your country can do for you, it's really what you can do for your country. So that's really the approach we should take. This is true in terms of how you can contribute to developing your country. And now we're in a position, all of us, to do more of that, because in these last 2 days and today and tomorrow, you got a glimpse as to what is possible, thanks to the internet, thanks to geodata, thanks to data in general. But that doesn't come just by itself. It comes if there's a demand for it. As for us in GODAN, what we're going to do, we're going to continue to work with countries where there's a demand for this. And I'm just thinking of an analogy when I was listening to the colleagues here. Governments invest, let's say, in roads because they allow cars to move from one place to the other. But government should also invest more maybe in internet access, which allows knowledge to move from one brain to the other, or one organization to the other, one country to the other. So we're saying there are many obstacles to data access, tons. It would take the whole day to describe all of them, but taxes were mentioned, for example. So that's one of the things that you can request from your governments. Make internet data access a priority. For us in GODAN, we're going to work with government partners. Incidentally, yesterday we had a very good meeting with high-level representatives from 8 different countries, which have agreed that when they go home, they're going to press to make data a priority in their country, and then on this wonderful continent that is Africa. So that's one of the things we're going to do, work with them and with these governments, establishing, putting in place the right policies, the right environment, whether it is on taxation on internet or whether it is in terms of freeing data from the obstacles that prevent it to flow in the countries, flow as much as they could. And then we're going to try to support that by additional capacity building, helping them define, strategize in terms of necessary infrastructures and procedures, regulations, policies that will allow data to flow. But it's nice that it flows that way, but for you to have access, you need to request it. Now we've all learned a lot in this workshop. Our duty now is to go back and say, hey, we'd like that for all of our citizens, and we're going to help you do that.
Thank you very much. So I have one last question. As you know, this AGDIC conference is being followed remotely. So we have a question from somebody who is not here, but she's following us. It's specific to farmers and farming, so I would like to address it to Gaudence André Laperrière. The question is from World Cover's Head of Customer Success, Madame Christie, which I read on her behalf. So she's asking, is there an initiative to facilitate the verification of farmlands on behalf of smallholder farmers who cannot provide their GPS coordinates? And she gives a little bit of background to this question. She says, in some cases, farmers will benefit from accessing services such as index-based crop insurance, which requires that they furnish the insurance company with the location of their farms. Unfortunately, many smallholder farmers are unable to independently provide this data, and it is also a challenge for a company like my insurance company to obtain it without conducting field visits, which, as you would imagine, are costly. Ideally, if those farmers had smartphones and were in areas with good network coverage, then we could assist them remotely, but this isn't the case. So back to the question, is there an initiative to facilitate the verification of farmlands on behalf of smallholder farmers who cannot provide their GPS coordinates?
We're in 117 countries, so there are many initiatives that pertain to the farmer registration, farmer access, access to crop insurance, and vice versa for insurance companies to have better data so that they can provide better coverage at a better price for the farmers. I'm just thinking of Kenya, among others, where there's a nice system that's being put in place for that. But your question, in fact, points to a very important point that I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion here, which is that for individual farmers, it is very difficult to access or to make these services available. Hence, the usefulness of getting farmers to get organized together. So that's why we like to work with farmer organizations, because then you get a critical mass of people that has weight vis-a-vis insurance companies, banks, and other people. So that's one point I wanted to say. But there are many other services that can be provided to farmers as well that will help them if, again, there's a demand for it and the right environment to make it flow, whether it is in terms of farmer registration, whether it is in terms of traceability, which leads to the possibility for farmers to better market their products and have access to clients, to markets that they didn't have access to before. My last point, pertaining back to insurance now, has to do with new technologies. Insurance companies, they operate, you know, because of your question, you operate based on risk. So the higher the risk, the higher the premiums. The lower the risk, the lower the premiums. And insurance companies, they want risk to be lower because they're less exposed to risk. So data is very important for them, and the question is how can we track and get this data to flow? That brings us to geodata. The traditional way to get farming information is through surveys, which are very expensive, take a lot of time. Typically, countries do such surveys every 5, usually 10 years, which is a long time. While through technology, and geodata in particular, thanks to sensors, new algorithms, and so on, we can generate a wealth of farm-related information straight from the satellite. Crop forecasting, crop monitoring has made gigantic steps ahead, which helps countries better manage their agriculture sector, insurance, reduce their risk, provide maybe insurance at a better price and more adapted to the realities of the countries, and help maybe farmers, if the data, the information is communicated to them, better prepare for climate change or for other things that could impede the production, their agricultural production. So I'm sorry, it's many points in your answer. I hope I covered what your main point was.
Thank you very much. Anyone wants to make a comment on that question as well? No? Okay, and that will be the final comment, please.
Okay, yeah, excellent comment from Paul.
From Andre.
Oh, Andre, sorry. I just want to underscore the importance of peer review. Peer review. We should really focus on comparison or pairwise review of our activities and progress so that we can measure ourselves, measure where we are. Maybe across West Africa, yes, we can peer review. Across Africa itself, we can peer review, and outside. We need to take this as priority, because that's how we know how we are working. Because in Nigeria too, there's a lot of program on agriculture, so it's not a bad idea to say, okay, let's see what Nigeria is doing. We can check notes and say, oh, this is what they are doing right, this is what we can learn. We need to have that culture. It's very, very important for us to be able to measure where we are and to know whether we are actually reaching the mark we have set for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These were very interesting points made by all of our panelists. We also had very interesting questions from the crowd. Thank you again for following this open mic session. I'm going to ask our panelists to walk off the stage and get back to the main hall before our next session. Thank you again. A round of applause for all this. Yep, together just for one very nice picture before they walk on stage. There we go. Oh no, kindly wait. No, can you wait a few more? Yeah. Very good. One last group picture together. Meaning to serve at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Between 2004 and 2005, he continues to refine and expand the technology, organizing satellite remote sensing and GIS workshops to train hundreds of scientists and researchers. He has received a recognition of a Brilliance Award from Gottman Government, 2 Charles Fogben Awards, and the American Geophysical Union and the Earth Science Information Partnership. He also promotes small development in rural Central America. Give a round of applause again for our keynote address speaker, Mr. Daniel Ewing, the project manager at Survey and the head Global Earth Monitoring Network, NASA. Please kindly take the microphone.
I think this one works. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very nice introduction. On behalf of NASA and Surveyor West Africa, I am deeply honored to be here today. And it's just been an outstanding week of learning and listening and sharing. When people think of NASA, this is what they typically think of. Spaceships, astronauts. We went to the moon. We just celebrated an incredible 50th anniversary of going there. But what a lot of people don't know is that when NASA was founded in 1958, one of our initial goals was to study the Earth from space, to advance scientific understanding and use that information for societal benefit. And we do that through a constellation of Earth-observing satellites. We have a constellation of over 12 satellites that are taking imagery daily of our home planet. And in essence, this is the golden age because NASA has its constellation of satellites. Other space agencies around the world have built satellite systems to study and understand and protect our home planet. But the private sector has come in and providing new capabilities. And even more important, countries around the world are now launching their own satellites. And we have great examples here in Africa with Nigeria and Kenya, and soon to be many more. And these satellites are providing pioneering observations of our home planet. They're letting us look at our planet in new ways that we've never been able to do it before, because they use parts of the electromagnetic spectrum different than what we can see with our eyes. If we were to take the electromagnetic spectrum and stretch it around the Earth, what we can see with our eyes, the visible spectrum, is the width of my finger. And we can look at our oceans, we can look at our atmosphere, we can look at our lands, and bring all of that information together and truly understand our planet, our Earth, as a system. But one of the biggest challenges is the gap between science and data and the end user needs. And what we're trying to do is bring that together. Some people call that the last mile. Other people, and they're probably right, call that the first mile, because that's the most important thing to do to close and bridge that gap. And one of the ways that we're doing this is through the Surveyor program. You've heard a little bit about it this week. And Surveyor is a global network of regional hubs. We have hubs in Kenya, in Colombia, in Niger, in Nepal, in Thailand, and soon in Central America. And the whole idea behind these hubs is to work with end user countries, understand the needs, the cares, the concerns in the different areas such as food security and agriculture, land cover and land use change, weather and climate, and water-related disasters, and work with countries and co-develop solutions together to ultimately address these needs and concerns. And it's a program of NASA and the U.S. Agency for International Development. So NASA, we work in space, we travel into space, and we use the unique vantage point of space to look back on our home planet. And USAID works in over 100 countries around the world, and it's bringing this knowledge together, these two very different organizations, and implemented through the Surveyor hubs. And we have fantastic hubs here in Africa. We work with RCMRD in Eastern and Southern Africa, and here in West Africa with SILS, Agromet, and a phenomenal consortia of CSC, Surgis, Afrigis, ACMAD, and ECRISAT. And really, to solve some of the biggest problems that we have today, we have to have really creative solutions and new ways of working together and new ways of collaborating. And Surveyor is just one of the ways that we're trying to do that. And we have a network of partners. We have, of course, I mentioned some of them, but we also have collaborators to provide some of the most innovative and appropriate science. It's wonderful to always talk about innovation, but we have to think what is most appropriate, what is most usable, and what is most actionable, because sometimes what is most innovative doesn't meet the need that is really most important. And of course, with private sector partners such as Google and Amazon, among others. And these are the countries, these are our focus countries and additional countries reached, and we're building the network all the time. We continue to grow and add additional countries. application, and in particular geospatial application development, has been done what I call for many years the over-the-fence method. Basically, you have a bunch of scientists and they're developing ideas and applications and capabilities and saying, okay, here you go, and they throw it over the fence and hope people on the other side catch that and use it. And you know what? That model, that method doesn't work. Because what it results in is a graveyard of decision support tools. How many times have you all gone out and you see, somebody says, I have a great application, and well, maybe, and we heard it this morning, the internet bandwidth doesn't help you. You can't access that tool. Or the data is in there, or you get there and it doesn't work. Or what we most often see is that somebody's created this great application, but it really doesn't help answer a decision. So we have to think about all of those issues. And one of the things that we did through Servier is we developed something called the Service Planning Toolkit. You can just go online and Google Servier Service Planning Toolkit, and it's a framework to help. And we, again, as Paul was talking about earlier, we want to share this information and let others try to use it, and we hope you can provide feedback and help us improve it. But it helps with consultation and needs assessment, really listening, understanding everything is demand-driven, and this process of deep user consultation with the end users, not one time, but multiple times and reoccurring. And the service design. How do you design your tool, your capability, your application, and put the requirements there and continue to build on those requirements and adapt those? And stakeholder mapping. We often come in and we think, oh, we have a great tool and we're going to make it available and everybody's going to use it, and you don't think about this entire chain of information and the importance of saying, we're just one small piece of that chain. And what are the others doing? And who do we need to provide our information to that then in turn may provide information to others to make it accessible, to make it useful, and to indeed answer a decision? And of course, monitoring and evaluation and learning, which is critically important so we can assess and build on it and strengthen our capabilities. And we've learned over time to slow down. We come in and this is not just us, but the community in general. We come in, we have a great idea, and we want to develop something quickly, but it's listening, it's working together, it's co-developing, it's sharing, and consulting all the time, often and over again, and testing our assumptions, and continuing to build on this service planning approach. And again, I encourage you all to download the manual and to help us strengthen it and improve it. And this has been a remarkable event. Why are we here? Why are we all here? I think if I were to survey the room, we'd get a series of different answers, but I think that all of us recognize the data revolution, and everyone cares about it, and they're committed, and that's why we're here. But people want to put the data and information to use. We heard in the last comment, the last question that came in, people have need and desire to apply this capability, and people want to learn, and we're learning, and it's just been phenomenal. And David, who asked the question earlier, that's a picture of him yesterday after the track of cloud and big data. And a group of students that came up with just such incredible passion to work and use the geospatial data. And what's incredible about the technology, taking advantage of tools like Google Earth Engine and Amazon Web Service, is that by the end of today, David can have all of those students actually accessing the data and using the data and making meaningful applications with that type of data. The data is out there. It's just now it's learning and sharing the knowledge on how to access and use that. And Servier we've been on the continent since 2008. Again, we started in East Africa with RCMRD, and we've been working to create new tools and capabilities related to land cover. We've done surveys of land cover, working with some of our colleagues and looking at who's doing land cover. We've done tools related to water quality in Lake Victoria, and over a dozen services. These are some of the ones that we are doing in West Africa, monitoring ephemeral water bodies for pastoralists, and looking at, as the satellite passes over every day or two, what ponds have water, and being able to provide that information to pastoralists through associations like Andre was talking about, and also looking at where the forage is. And we're using tools like machine learning and big data to be able to be successful, because we could not do this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And we're trying to be on the cutting edge. And again, it's not NASA building it and throwing it over the fence. It's working with our colleagues, working with CSE and the end users, and sharing and co-developing and helping to enable and helping to empower. And as well with Galamsey monitoring in Ghana, taking advantage of machine learning. Both of these capabilities were worked on and showcased at a training in California with Google just a month ago. And it occurred to me, and we were talking about this yesterday, Africa's not far behind at all in machine learning capabilities, because this capability, TensorFlow, was just put out by Google a couple months ago, and 4 weeks later, we had a group of Africans at Google working and training through the Surveyor program. So it's pretty extraordinary, and the passion and the pull from the community here is just extraordinary, and it motivates us to keep doing this type of work. We have other capabilities like Collect Earth Online. It's the ability to use crowdsourcing to simplify surveying and sample collection for land cover and land use change. When I started in this field many years ago, if you wanted to do a land cover change analysis and validate that information, you would have to select a bunch of GPS points and go out into the field, and it would take days and months for a single small area. And now through crowdsourcing, we can actually, and high resolution satellite data and cloud computing, we can actually work and basically have teams of people collecting reference data and labels, which is so critical for machine learning. And we can do entire countries in a matter of days, entire regions in a matter of weeks. And we're working together with UNFAO to expand this capability. In fact, it's being used for the forest resource assessment in over 190 countries together with FAO. So we're really excited to have these type of collaborations. This tool, which is also being used here in West Africa, came out of one of the Surveyor hubs. And what we're able to do, again through the cloud, is to scale, to replicate. We can take capabilities that are developed in one region of the world and move them to other regions. We can take things that have been developed in East Africa and move them to West Africa, or convert them into a global service, and that's the power of the cloud. And we heard about capacity building this morning, capacity development. That is one of the hallmarks. That's the core of what we do through Surveyor. In fact, at NASA, Surveyor is under the capacity building program. And this is just one example of capacity building that we've been doing this week and last week. We had our colleagues Development Seed. They were at the hub at RCMRD in Nairobi, giving a cutting-edge machine learning training. And then they came here and they've been giving a similar training this week. We've given LiDAR trainings at Surveyor hubs, trying to make sure that the region is on the cutting edge of these capabilities. And they're train-the-trainer sessions as well, so others can go out and share this knowledge. And I think whoops, go back. We have other capabilities and other tools like the SAR handbook. And SAR is synthetic aperture radar. One of the challenges is that radar, which is so critical in cloudy areas because it can see through clouds, and there's satellites like Sentinel-1 that are available, but so many of the trainings have been theory-based. And we decided to create a manual. You can go online and you can just, the link is right there. You could just Google Surveyor SAR handbook. And you can download an application-focused handbook that doesn't focus on the theory, but it's very applied and has scripts in there to make this type of information and this data accessible and usable and useful for people who are interested in. It's been downloaded over 100,000 times since it was debuted earlier this year in over 150 countries. So I encourage you all to take advantage of it. We even have animations that make it more exciting for people who are really trying to learn about SAR. So I started with some images of NASA, some ships, some astronauts, and I figured I'd end with another one. Of course, this one's a little bit more science fiction. But what you have here, if I just break down the images, you have an astronaut on your left. You have a village down below, and you have a black hole on the right of the image. And what so often happens is you have, and this is a metaphor, you have a new technology, a new application, a new capability, whether it be data archive and distribution systems, an application, cloud computing, and the astronaut, which represents those, is yelling down to the village, "I've got this great thing, use it, use it." But so oftentimes, the astronaut gets sucked into the black hole because they don't have that connection with the village. What is so critically needed are these linkages. And the pull, I always say you cannot push a rope. You need that pull from the village. You need to have the conversation. You need to have events like this week at AGDIC where we're talking about the challenges, the opportunities, phenomenal questions. People are listening, people are building partnerships, meeting new people. And that's the village, because ultimately, it's not about the technology. It's about working together as a community, as a regional community, as a global community, and sharing this type of information. And I think that's what we're doing this week. And I hope that we all leave here after these incredible few days here at AGDIC with a renewed commitment to put geospatial data to service for society. Thank you very much. Oh, we have questions? Okay.
A louder round of applause, because this was a fantastic presentation. And to be honest, I did not want it to end illustrative, explained in simpler terms. I mean, it was fantastic.
Thank you
really
very much.
well done, Mr. Ewing. So I'm going to let people in the crowd ask questions from what you have seen from his presentation. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand. Okay. So the lady with the blue jacket, please take the microphone that is just beside you. Great. So you take the microphone, your name, your organization, and then your question. Feel free to sit if you want. Okay.
My name is Winnie. I'm out from Association.
Kindly speak more into the microphone, or maybe raise it up. Thank you. And louder. Thank you.
My name is Winnie Kamal from Association of Freelance Journalists, and I really like your presentation. And I know for the longest time, I'm one of those people who've always had that perceived mentality. When I see NASA, I see the space, I see somebody, an astronaut, doing all these things, and I like that you guys are looking at the youth, and you're looking at how to empower people in different capacities. But I guess, like you said, the bridge, how to be able to bridge that gap, because you're doing an amazing work, and I like what Severe Africa is doing, both in East and the West. My question is, how are you communicating, or how are you engaging journalists in this? Because most of the times, you have amazing projects and amazing products that you're releasing out there, but I think for me, if the journalists do not understand and do not get to know do not understand the technologies that you're releasing or the products that you're releasing, they will never be able to communicate. But I think mine would be to ask what you're doing with the journalists, and it would be a suggestion that both Severe East and West, if you can be able to have trainings with journalists so that they can be engaged and know what kind of technologies you're talking about, then they will be able to better communicate, and they will not just say, you're astronauts, or you're just thinking about the space.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I actually want to mention, you mentioned youth as well, and one of the things that we really strive to do through Severe West Africa, for example, we have youth clubs that we're starting, and Eastern and Southern Africa, we have something called the Space Challenge, and we have multiple activities through NASA as well. I'd be more than happy to talk with you about those afterwards. But when it comes to training of journalists, I think that's a really, really good point. At other Severe hubs, we have had media training and training with journalists and a dialogue, and I think that that's a really good suggestion. And you know, maybe at another big event like this, we could have a side session where we could actually get together and have a training. And really, I think it's a fantastic, as you say, it's a two-way street where we can share and have that dialogue. So I think it's a great suggestion. Again, we've done that in other places, and I think it's certainly a ripe time to do that here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll take another question from the gentleman at the back. Yes, please make your way onto the microphone. Place it well to your height. Try and speak loud, please. Your name, your organization, and your question.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, good
Hi.
morning. My name is Benjamin, and I'm from Namibia University of Science and Technology. I'm a research student. So my question to you will be, you said awesome things that NASA is doing beyond just traveling to space. And one of the case was verifications of land cover that is now quite faster. So I'm from Nigeria. And what you see in Nigeria most times is people will write on their houses, this house is not for sale. So, I mean, like, this house is not for sale. So the question would be, how can this technology or special readings and all of that be used for people to verify whose property is this before you engage?
all across the world on the same level playing field. And as youth, you have the ability to do whatever you want to do. The sky is the limit, whether at the political level, whether at the economic level, at the social level. Because this is what the world has come to. But if we just want to consume of course, you can't do anything. But if you want to produce, come up with something. Solve your own problems. And I believe you can solve global business as well. For me, you are in a wonderful time because it just needs your passion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, sir. I was going to say this in terms of Africa as a whole. One of my personal tasks for this year was to be able to see how I can get to reach to all the youth in Africa. And since July, I've had to go to different African countries. So I'm throwing this question to Tony. I have a question for everybody in the panel before I let a question out for the general crowd, the youth to answer. So my question goes this way is, do you think Africa is at that point where the technologies we have currently, if at all we have technologies, if at all we are innovating, is able to stand the global sphere? Now, first question will be, do we even have technologies and innovations here in Africa? Second question will be, if we do have, is it enough to tackle the global demand? And then if not, how do we solve this?
Yes, thank you so much. Well, I think many people in this room, probably more than I would do, who are particularly directly involved in coming up with such solutions would really be the best to answer that. But as it was said before, you know, technology came at some point. It wasn't there before. And it keeps evolving. So, which means that what we have today and the challenges the current technologies are trying to address is just for now. But we expect this technology to evolve over time. The same way we see also the challenges that it is trying to address, you know, some being, you know, addressed, challenges being addressed using technologies, but also other challenges emerging and requiring new technologies to be developed. And I think it's not the brains that are missing to develop these technologies, and we can see that from the time, you know, the first technology, you know, came to be and what is happening today. So I believe with the current challenges, if we properly use the technologies available, we could definitely be in a position to address the challenges. But as we said before, it's really not only about the technology. It's about the whole ecosystem. You know, there is a whole enabling environment around it. And when you talk about technology in agriculture, for example, I happen to have led one of the policy work on ICT for agriculture in Rwanda specifically, and I could see what was required for that, you know, strategy to be implemented. It wasn't only about developing solutions. It was about the whole infrastructure, you know, aspect, but also the regulatory framework around it that needed to be in place. So how do we ensure, instead of talking just about the technologies, we have the right ecosystems in place in different countries in Africa or even beyond to address the challenges for which the technologies are needed? So the answer is yes, I believe there are a good number of technologies, but how they address the challenges is far beyond the technology itself. It's about how people create partnerships. I'm happy to be on the same panel with the private sector, for example, and different other players involved in this space. If we develop the right partnerships and we keep strengthening them, I believe that the technologies and the technical aspect in different sectors, let's say agriculture, will keep, you know, increasingly addressing the challenges the continent is facing. And I'm saying this specifically again for the young people. I think they also need to keep strengthening the way they organize themselves. Sometimes part of that whole ecosystem, the young people want to do things individually. There is this issue of, you know, I don't want some other people to see what I'm doing, even when I have technology. And sometimes you also need to be supported for your idea to be transformed into something meaningful for whatever you want to address as an issue. I've seen so many young people being part of, you know, knowledge labs. You may know these concepts. and trying to expose their ideas and developing some, solutions. But they will just die off even before they reach the market because you just want to keep it to yourself. You don't want people to know, and yet you need to be supported at some point. Let's have young people that are better organized, but also let's have, of course, a strong ecosystem as a whole, where we development partners, policymakers, private sector, and the young people themselves really come together to find the right solutions and just not think that the technologies out there will address the challenges without being part of a full ecosystem. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Christian, I have a question for you, but I just want to say something. You know, when I finished my university, I felt I could make big money if I worked for myself. I felt I was smart because everybody said I was smart. And the first thing I did was, the little money I had, I started a startup with someone. And I was very diligent. I found out I can't pay myself salary, so I wasn't getting salary. So I was having to survive by my own money I have. I had staff. And after 1 year, the business crashed. And that was it. That was it, the touching point in my life. I feel the young people have this thought that when we're done with life, the next thing is, let's go work for ourselves, right? And within me and some friends, I've been trying to tell the young people I talk to personally that there's no harm working for someone. You still can change the world working with someone, or it's actually better even. Because first, you don't worry about your salary, which is very important to me. Second, the little issues that you have to deal with, you do that collectively with others. In other parts where you have to be the owner of a startup, or people who were like me who wanted to have a startup, you're the main thinker of that organization. So there's this part where, as a youth, you have other priorities, right? I don't know how to explain that. But at that part, working with others helps fill those gaps. But as someone who works as an individual, you might have a little issue. So I just felt to say that. In the aspect of where we feel collaboration is key, Christian, look at it from the open data part. What do you think we as youth need to do or we as young people need to do to actually make Africa better and enhance the technologies we have?
Thank you. It's a great question. I think we needed another 3-day conference just to talk about that. But open data is so valuable, and it's a resource it's accessible. In principle, it's accessible to anyone. Of course, we know that here in Ghana, internet can be slow and expensive. And that's where Tony mentioned working with the private sector would be really important to try and have accessible internet, accessible broadband, and bandwidth, and not just here in Accra, but also all over the country, all over the continent. But as a youth, I would say, just be aware it's a resource that's available. You may not have the money to go out and do primary research on things like plastic. The plastic pollution is terrible here. But we know that there are solutions for that. But you may have the ideas for it. There may be somebody already doing research on that. You can build on that research. And open data will be accessible on that. You can take that, build on that, share it with others. They talk about knowledge and data being the new oil, but it's not true. Because data and knowledge are actually more valuable the more you use it, the more you share it. And that's where you come in. We want you to know this is a resource. They've talked about open training tools. There's courses, there's all kinds of information available, but it's powerful, but it's only powerful if you use it. You take it, you incorporate it. But again, technology, as Radhika said, it's not enough. You need to have ideas. You need to think about here's a problem, how could I solve it? Where can I find the information that can help me solve it? How could I share that? How can I leverage that? And that is the power of then not just the youth alone, but partnerships. Working in the private sector, maybe it's a startup, maybe you're working for a government agency, maybe you're makers, powerful people in this continent. And without your vision and excitement and this drive to do something, this is not going to move. And open data is one of the things that help you catalyze the progress in this. So it's one tool available, but it's not the only one. And we need your determination to help it move forward. Thank you.
For Mr. Sabia, looking at it from, I'm asking you this question not because you're old, so don't have that in mind. You've seen this from the beginning, let's say from Accra, Ghana, especially till now. One of the major issues for me to say in Africa that I can feel helps slow the growth of technology is internet. So I remember talking about internet being very expensive in places like Chad. So the Chad don't even have the internet now to talk about the internet being expensive. And we have other countries like Gambia has a bad internet. We have the Rwandas and the internet problems. We have the other guys in other companies. Nigeria is still trying to struggle too. But you have a little, Ghana still have some issues. At least we have seen that with the little days we have been here. What do you think we really need to do to cope this issue of the internet? Because I remember people say the best thing is build community networks and all this stuff. But then how do you feel we as Africans, we as youth can contribute our own quota to make the internet? Or who do you think we need to partner with to make the internet quite cheaper so that we can actually deploy our technologies, our applications, our ideas and innovations on the internet so that we can be able to share our data too?
Hello? Is the internet expensive or cheap? Expensive, they say. Like I told you, when I hear 20 cedis for 1 gigabyte, and some time back when it started, it's $100, right? And you are getting so many K. I think you know what K is. I know what gigabyte is. Hello? No, I don't. I think we are doing well. For us in Accra, I think the problem we now have is reliability. I was having this discussion with somebody. That is, it should be reliable. Even if it's 1 meg per second, it should be 1 meg. Not it's 10 1 minute and then it's 0 the next. It doesn't help, you know. So I think we need to focus on that. I can't say for other African countries, but as you know, in order to carry the most bandwidth into any area, what you need is fiber. So all African countries, I think, should have fiber. In Accra, we are now having fiber to various communities. And I believe one of even the providers that started putting fiber into enterprises. Okay, so that's where we are in Accra. But I don't think it should be impossible for us to run fiber into every African country. Ghana, I think, has about 4 or 5 different sea fiber optic cables coming into the country. Obviously, Chad is landlocked. So they either have to run it through Burkina Faso, so on, or through Nigeria to get into Chad. So it's about Africa. And I keep on saying, it comes back to who? Hello? It comes back to who? It comes back to the youth. In Ghana, of course, we are lucky. I don't know what they'll tell us from Rwanda. But we, you know, next year we'll have the opportunity to change governments. The old president might come back, I mean the previous one, or this one might stay. I think that's how it's shaping out. Who's going to decide what happens? Hello? Who's going to decide what happens? You are going to decide, and they're going to, you know, do all the propaganda. You're going to run around behind one or the other, and nobody will talk about internet. If you tell them, no internet, no vote, they will think about it. What did I tell you? I said whether it's political, whether it's economic, whether it's social, it comes back to the youth. Thank you.
Thanks so much, sir. Now, Joshua, my namesake. Looking at it from the aspect of technology, what do you think are those emerging technologies the youth needs to watch out for? You know, the space is big. People can be carried. So I have this friend of mine who last year was a programmer, this year he's into networking, next year he's into this. So are there specific stuff you feel that African youth we need to look out to and stick to, and that's going to help? What are those emerging technologies we need to look out for in Africa that's going to make us harness the technology well?
According to World Economic Forum, they say that jobs that the primary students are going to do does not exist yet. So jobs that we'll be doing in the next 10, 20 years does not exist. So we are yet to invent them. So that's one thing we have to really pay attention to. And when it comes to emerging technologies too, a lot has really happened. This week, a lot happened. Elon Musk tweeted that he's using his Starlink internet to tweet. He's trying to provide internet to the whole world through satellites. Currently, have 60 delivered. He's looking at doing 30,000. Just yesterday, Google also launched their quantum supremacy. So what Google is trying to say is that they built a computer that can process what would take normal computers in 10,000 years, they can do in 3 minutes. So that's where the world is looking at: high computing power, speed. And when these two things are going high, the cost for computing power is coming down, size is reducing. So we're looking at technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms. We're looking at 3D printing. Now we're looking at a world where we can print everything we can imagine, from vehicles, everything. We're going to be printing them, including our houses. We're looking at cybersecurity, also going at a high rise due to open data and privacy. We're looking at Internet of Things. Out of Internet of Things, we have the drones, the driverless cars. There are so many things happening that youth are supposed to be taking advantage of, because the future of jobs are going to come from all these technologies that are coming. They're going to empower our life. We have smart city concepts, where we're looking at building smart cities where we can have air quality, flood detection, everything that is happening in our cities, we can monitor and predict real time. And these are skills that we don't have at the moment. Our institution are also not teaching us at the moment. So there's a need for students to look beyond the curriculum. And we have open courses online that are free that students can tap into. So these are some things that are happening in our space, and it's happening really fast. I don't know what we can do, but communities are springing forth. Community and hubs are taking this initiative to help society and then the youth to catch up with what is happening.
Oh, thanks, Joshua. So the space is open for anybody who has questions. There's a mic there, and there's a mic there. You can just queue up within the mic, behind the mic, sorry, and we can take the questions. So if there's anybody, you can just queue up behind the mic so we know how many people are going to ask the questions. Oh, good. So you can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to our panelists. The question I have to ask is about you Joshua. You talked of giving up after 1 year of your startup, and the other Joshua talked of a plethora of things happening at the same time. The question is, how do we stay focused on something? When you start something, do you give up the first year? Do you give up the second year? Do you give up the third year? Now, if you are going to give up the first year, what is going to be the next thing you are going to do? You understand? So my question is, when do you give up when you start something? Because there are so many noise, there is so many noise in the system. How do you separate the signal from the noise?
Hello. My name is Victor. I happen to be a Ghanaian-born Nigerian and been traveling front and back Nigeria and Ghana. And my question starts from cyber crime. Youths in West Africa nowadays happen to have high level of fraudsters in West Africa, and then we have open source that gives availability to credit cards, and then the youth use this credit card to do a lot of stuff on the internet, being spamming and all that. And then this is to open data that is available there in the market. How do we turn this around for Africa and West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, Togo? Because if you go to Nigeria right now, we have the high level of fraudsters where you have EFCC chasing the Nigerians, and then they happen to come down to Ghana to find leverage to do what they can do. That's first in cybercrime. And then secondly, as our keynote speaker spoke about the hackathon project that have been done, and then it's not being implemented or it's missing. I also say, finishing university, we have amazing project works that students spend their time, their effort, their money, their resources to do and present just to get the grades, and then graduate from school. And then all these projects are stuck in the university museum and are not being used. Some do amazing projects. If you go to universities, I happen to complete Regent University here in Ghana, and we have amazing projects that are being exhibited here sometimes during our graduation ceremonies. And all these projects are just stuck in the museum. They're doing nothing. What are the job opportunities? I'll send this to the gentleman in the middle. He said there are a lot of job opportunities when it comes to AGDIC. What are the platforms where we can get these opportunities for students entering into the university to say, okay, this is my vision, this is why I'm going into school. Once I'm coming out, I know where I'm going to start my work, where I'm going to, because a lot of students right now in 1100, if you ask them, what are you going to do, which job you're going to do when you're done with school, they actually don't know what they are there for. They just want to get the certificate, be part of the high level of, join the Unemployed Graduate Association here in Ghana. And then my last question is, technologies that are being coming out here in Africa, you can, in 2013, we had a young entrepreneur in Nigeria, Chinedu, who sold his company to Apple for $1 billion. Most of our applications that we do in Africa, we seem to want to sell it. That's why you see cocoa is being produced in Ghana, but we have the best chocolate in Switzerland, as our keynote speaker said. What are the steps that the companies, Apple and all that, have been put in place that Africa, our apps and technologies that are being produced by our young entrepreneurs are being given the limelight to sell? Because some of us produce it, like Mr. Josh started his company, but if he had the support of tech companies coming together to say, okay, let's push it, it will take it to the next level. We have startup companies that are challenging Uber, Taxify, that is now Boot. Here in Ghana, we have Yenko, we have Drop, but all these ones are not getting the limelight because Uber is a big muscle. You can't challenge them. Yango is a big muscle. You can't challenge them. But these startup companies like Drop, Yanko, and the rest, they need all the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Angelina Nobel. I want to find out what we are doing in our spaces, or what do we think that we can do for rural inclusion in this whole digital revolution, because usually there has been less discussions around rural inclusion. And we find that most of these communities are not even connected to the internet in the first place. So what are we doing in our spaces, or what should we be doing? Thank you.
Wait, sorry. Did you say rural encroachment or?
Rural inclusion.
Inclusion.
In
Okay,
the digital revolution.
Okay, digital inclusion in rural areas. Okay. The first question says, what's the place giving up and not listening to noise? I think that was for you, Joshua. The question again. So he says, what's the difference between, you keep hearing people say, going through hard times. So when do you differentiate between giving up or not listening to the noises that happen around you?
The entrepreneur journey can be very hard. So the point where you decide to either persevere or pivot is one question every entrepreneur asks themselves every day. You can read on Eric Ries, the Lean Startup. He talks a lot about that. But then what I can say is, before you decide to quit, you need to ask yourself why you started in the first place. So if you're convinced that the reason why you got yourself into that industry or business, you don't believe anymore in it, you can give up. And then look for something else you can believe in. Because the challenges are always there. I mean, that's why you decide to be an entrepreneur, to overcome all the challenges and then provide solutions for people. So if you give up on the problem you're trying to solve, then you're literally giving up your solution or your dream. But then, at times you need to identify some key metrics. Maybe the market is not available or the competition is tight, and that's where innovation comes in. So if you are convinced beyond reasonable doubt that all these metrics that you put across, you still believe it's not going to work, you can give up. You might not know. You might have to try like 5 times. Maybe your 5th time will work. Elon Musk did 5 times. It's the 5th time that got him paper. And now he's one of the best innovators in the world now. So persevere or pivoting is one big question you need to ask yourself every day until you're convinced you have to persevere or you have to pivot.
Yes, since you also mentioned me in that, that's why I'm responding. If I felt I was matured enough to handle my own business, I felt I had enough money to run the business, right? And that was what made me go into the business. I saw the problems, I knew how to solve them. I'm a techie guy, I was a developer, I was quite good in business too. So I was like, oh, what's the essence? You have the money, you know what the problem, you know the solution, gather your friends together, let's go and hit this. And so we came together, we had this awesome plan, awesome stuff. We're like, okay, we don't want to spend so much, so let's use a house as our company. We turned the house into the company. Business was nice, business was good. We didn't stop because there was no business. We stopped because we didn't have the thought that in the next 1 year, we will be zero naira broke and we'll have to beg people for money. We just felt we wanted to solve the problem and went into it, right? So to me, I'll say is, and the reason I left, because the business is still on, I just left, is I felt I wasn't matured to have not to stay without salary. I felt I wasn't matured to stay zero broke for a full month and having to think how I'm going to pay my staff salaries. I felt I wasn't matured for that, so I needed to go learn the process. I'm not saying I've given up. What I say I'm doing currently is I'm learning the process. I'm understanding what I never have known in the last 1 year. I'm understanding how I'm going to make myself better. So if I go into this, the issues that made me fail might not really be the issue that will make me fail if at all I fail again. So pretty much I am at that phase of learning. So if you feel you don't know enough about the business, you don't know enough about what you're going into, I feel you need to stay, learn from someone. And if you feel you're okay with it, you've learned, what's stop you? If you have the money and all the stuff, go to it.
Just to add something, you might be a brilliant programmer who also is good at business, but maybe you're not. And it's okay to admit that. But then you need to make sure you partner with someone who's very good at the business side, who knows accounting, finance, someone who can help you with marketing and outreach. It's a team effort. So if you really, really enjoy the technology, especially hello the ladies out there, I'm happy to see women in the room, embrace that and enjoy it and do the problem solving and just dive into that technical areas. But just be aware you might also need to look at finance, marketing, the practicalities of things, making sure you have enough money to pay your rent and your food. And these are practical things that people aren't so interested in looking at. But it can be a team effort. It can be you doing everything or a team, but find and bring those skills into your project. And don't be afraid to dream. I think you were very brave to do that.
Thanks so much. Okay, next is Mr. Tony. The next question says, so the person is asking, what are those job opportunities that you feel like?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I think all the questions asked, at least the first 3, are somehow linked. And just a little bit on entrepreneurship, I think I wish this was the right place really to go through an entrepreneurship training to understand, you know, how you start a business, actually how you transform your idea into a business and how you grow and the type of skills you need and exposure and experience to reach a point where you can say you're successful. I don't know if we know many successful business people who actually in the first place did not fail, to just persevere and reach a point where they are billionaires today. But they went through a lot of struggles, and we have to be ready for that. And also, I believe, and it's important, especially young people, of course, they need to be accompanied. And which brings me to the question on job opportunities. It's not only here in Ghana, we find it everywhere in Africa. I've been to probably more than 25 countries in Africa. Young people more or less complain about the same things. You know, there are no job opportunities, and many players involved in supporting young people, they also tell you that there are job opportunities. It comes back to really the right ecosystem in a particular country. You talked about graduates or even students who are still at university or even, below. How do they get connect to job opportunities? But, you have to be sure that between the academic training and what, the industries need, there is no gap. I think when we were preparing this session, this is one critical point we wanted to touch upon. The gap that we still find between the academic training and the needs of the business community or the need of the industries. There is definitely still a huge gap that we need to close. But for that gap to be closed, it's not only government that is going to deal with that. It's not only the private sector, but not even the youth, even when you have the best skills in computer science or any other technical skills in agriculture, in mining, in hospitality. There has to be a very strong, and deliberate effort in partnering because we all need each other. I'm sure not all of you here are, experts in technology. I'm sure there are those who came even when they knew it was to talk about technology, open data, and all that, but who completely don't even understand that language, but who believe that building the right partnerships with people in technology would bring the solutions to the challenges the countries are facing. So I would not be surprised if there is, a person, a graduate in crop science who is in the room, who do not necessarily understand very well the technology language, but who feels it's important, to partner with those in technology to find the right solutions. So how do we really build the right partnerships? How does government put in place the right environment for the private sector to succeed in what they are trying to do? So talking about private sector, of course, it's for small startups. You talked about startups struggling, Uber and Bolt coming in and all others. Of course, there is going to be competition. And you don't want an environment where you have one player, dominating and becoming monopolistic or something like that. You want others to come in. But it's about opportunities, and it's about the right environment that does not protect one particular player in an industry, but an environment that allows, everybody to feel, welcomed to this particular, to the particular industries that he wants to get involved in. So I'm not here to say that I have a direct solution to the job issue that is facing, the continent is facing, and young people in particular. But how do we really put in place the right ecosystem to ensure that these good ideas you have as young people are transformed into solutions to the challenges that the countries are facing? There are many concepts, there are many models where young graduates are attached to industries, or where students are attached to industries while they are still studying, not even waiting when they've graduated. So if that happens, I think we'll have less solutions that are kept somewhere in the, where did he say? In museum. I mean, that shouldn't happen. Not all of them will be, accepted in the market or welcomed, but I believe that if right from the time you are the university, your university is able to create a partnership with a particular industry, with a particular, other player in the industry, there will be opportunities for young people for their solutions not to be kept in the museum, but to respond to the needs for which, you came up with a solution in the first place. So I think it's all linked. On the inclusion, if you allow me very briefly, rural area is very important. On the continent, we know that the majority of the population, especially young people, are in the rural areas, more than 60%. So there is no way we can ignore those, those people. And we, in terms of information sharing, in terms of exposure to different opportunities, at FAO in particular, we try to engage as many young people from rural areas as possible, because that's where most of the, the poor people and underprivileged people are found. So there is no way you could forget them. It's also talking about women. We know that that's also an important topic we need to talk about. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to touch on all those points. Thank you.
I just want to give everybody like 10 seconds to say your last words. We can start from Mr. Xavier. We can start from him. No, Mr. Xavier.
Sure, about 10 seconds, but maybe 3 words. Yes, we can.
So I would also like to say that the future of jobs have changed, so we have to rethink our jobs. So the course you might do in the university might not necessarily be the kind of job waiting for you. So you should be able to adapt and then learn.
Yeah, I think I've spent quite a lot of time, talking. So I would just say that I'm so happy to be here and thank you for the opportunity. And I look forward to engaging with so many of you to create really the right partnerships and we'll make sure the young people find the right solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Also to say, the technologies that are going to make a difference, we don't even know what they are yet. You could be creating them, but you need to be prepared. So study. I mean, I do a lot of courses on my cell phone. Study blockchain, finance, satellite imagery. Use it. It's there. It's freely accessible if you can get the bandwidth. And learn and adopt and incorporate that in your work. It is so exciting. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone part of the panel. If I'm going to say my last word, what I'll say is collaboration is key. Collaboration is key to everyone. If we want to get better, if we want to work as Africa, if we want to get higher than every other person, if we want to have a better future or brighter Africa, we need to collaborate within ourselves. Thanks so much. Thanks to the wonderful panelists. Let's give them a round of applause as well.
Thank you very much, Joshua again, and Kristen, and Sabra, and Nsanganira, Tony. So, we're supposed to be the youth session, but I'm not feeling the youthful energy. Like, yo, where's the energy? Can I have some energy? Can I have some vibe? Can I hear some noise? Man, nah, that's not enough energy, man. Can I hear some energy? I'm hearing only the ladies. What's happening to the gentlemen? Where's your energy? Okay, we're going to compete right now. Because, I've heard that the women can do better, and I've actually just heard the women do better. So, the guys in the house, let me hear your energy. Baritone energy, I see that. Okay, now it's the turn of the women again. Let me hear your energy. The women have won. I mean, you agree, right? Give a round of applause to yourselves. And let's maintain this energy. And moving on, there's been a hackathon. So people have been trying to solve some problems. They've come up with certain solutions. And they're going to share those solutions with us. Are we ready for those solutions? Okay, so I'm going to invite them to the stage. All the members of the hackathon team, if you can join me on the stage so you show us what your solutions. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And make some noise. Shout. Yeah, the person who made that noise, big ups to you. Fire. Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
So, I think you'd like to introduce yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
My name is Cecile. I was coordinating these 3 days hackathons that happened at the second floor. We had 9 teams, around 50 people who worked really super hard during the 3 days. And they work on how to use geospatial data to solve issues related to agriculture problem in Africa. They focus on 2 countries, on Ghana and Cameroon, and now they are here. They have 3 minutes per group to present the solution they have been inventing. And welcome on stage the hackathon's participants. So encourage them a lot. I want a lot of applause, a lot of it for those people who worked non-stop for 3 days. They stay there with us, and they really deserve your attention and your congratulations for the result and the work they have been doing. Okay, so I think we will start team by team. Thank you, everyone. I will next call the first team on stage, and then we will follow up with the pitch session. Are the members of the jury in the room? I know there is one person at least. Can you show up? Can you raise your hand? Okay, great. Could you come at the first row, please? Well, in the meantime, if you have a good internet connection, you can also check the website where all the projects that we're developing during the past 3 days have been uploaded. It's called AGDIC, hackathon.org, and you will find all the team presentations and what they've been working on. So if everyone is ready, which I think they are, I am calling on stage the first team, which is the team called AGDIC. You can come, all of you. That's the remote. And if we can have the slides of the group AGDIC.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric, and we are AGDIC. And our project seeks to inform farmers on agricultural land use and wild reserves. Okay, so this is our project idea. This project seeks to inform farmers, policymakers, and researchers on the clear-cut differences between agricultural land use. And the project also aims at helping farmers optimize crop production and also increase their income. We could see that most farmers, when the crop season is over, their income dwindle. They don't have any income at all. So we are here to give the expert advice to farmers in order to help them to optimize their production and also increase their productivity of their land. And the map you see here is the soil map of Ghana. And the brown areas are some of the areas that are most fertile parts of Ghana, the ones around the Volta Lake. So you see around the Volta Lake, the regions around the Volta Lake, that is where you get most of our tubers, our deep-rooted crops coming from. Okay, so the next slide talks about the problems that we are facing most farmers. And their problem deals with price, their crop yields, soil information, the specific type of crop to plant, and access to market. When it comes to access to market, most of the farmers don't have access to the bigger markets. They normally sell their produce at the farm gate. And when it comes to the crops to plant, most of the farmers don't know the actual crops that will help or that will yield them more productivity on their land. And when it comes to soil information, most of our farmers are peasant farmers who don't have enough knowledge of their soil. And the yields to most of the farmers don't know the quantity of yields that they get from their farms. And when it comes to price, they don't know the actual price on the commodity market. So we are here to give them an information on all those things. Then this is how our project or our sources of information, most of the information that will be gathered.
Okay, so, hello. Yeah, so after identifying the problems, we came up with a database system that will help us and the farmers and the consumers to get a way around to find where crops grow. So basically the system is about, we have in a cloud database, and then we have another side for farmers. That's the data source. The farmers give us the data source, and with the data source from the farmers, we get them with the GPS location. So our people we partner with go to the farms and then give us locations. So as soon as they get to the farm, they pick a GPS location. Which will help us locate the farms that are ready for farm sales or something like that. Okay, so I think that's all for now.
Okay, thank you very much. I have just to remind you that the exercise was to be able to pitch in 3 minutes, which is super hard. They have been training and practicing a lot. And the reason is we don't want to take too much time. And also this audience, this room has to be used by another group at 2 p.m. So I am sorry if I have to be the bad timekeeper and the bad cop for that. I will ask for the next group, which is called AGDIC. Please applaud them.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tracy Abajasari, and we are AgroPal, not AgroDAO. Thank you. So just to start, have you ever thought of going into agriculture? Have you thought of farming? What are some of the things that you need? What are some of the information that you need? So we are here as AgroPal, as the name goes, and it means that the farmer's friend. So we are here to give you information, leveraging on geospatial data and technology to provide all these information to farmers and investors. Okay, so moving on, we already said that people lack information concerning agricultural land and resources. So we are focusing on the southwestern part of Cameroon to provide them with some of this information. So moving on, we have provided solutions for both the farmer and the investors. So with the farmer scanner, we are to sensitize the farmers on the agricultural information we have, and then through their extension managers, we provide them with a link to register every farmer in that area onto a platform, And then from there, we monitor the farmers and the farms they have according to their sizes and what their experiences that they've had over the period. And then we connect them to investors and other available opportunities, relocate their farms onto a map, and then it's a success. Okay, so this is a solution for the investor. So you choose an investment plan, and then we connect you to a farmer if you're looking for a farmer in the southwestern part of Cameroon. So we have a farmer there. His name is Mr. Emmanuel Benedict. He's 34 years old. So when it comes to oil palm, we know that Mr. Emmanuel Benedict is into oil palm farming, and he has this much of land, and he has this number of experience, 17 years. So we're going into crop zoning and forest reserve. On the map, you see that with the red, we have oil palm, with the green is the forest reserves. So we earlier told you that we are going to provide information on natural resources as well. So you know that at the forest reserve area, it's not there for you to do your agricultural practices and farming. So this is the analysis that we'll use GIS to do to monitor the growth process for the farmers. This is our weather information where we have the weather information from a certain number of years, comparing them to now. This is the workflow. So the farmer applies, we use USSD and IVR to give them information, and then the stakeholders and investors go through the website portal. So this is our web portal that we have, AgroPal. So it gives you this information. And then this information is also located on the web portal. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm calling the next group on stage the Geo Nerds, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yvonne, representing Junet. I want us all to imagine living in a big, beautiful house with no food to eat. I believe it will be pretty painful. Our project is centered around urban growth and food production. With this, Junet is an NGO into agriculture advocacy, using evidence through geospatial tools and techniques. We were approached by Mr. Samuel Sang, a 54-year-old farmer. Mr. Samuel Sang has had over 20 years of experience in food crop agriculture. However, he's faced with a peculiar problem. He's faced with a problem which is not peculiar to over thousands of farmers across Africa. You might be wondering what his problem is. He keeps losing his farmland to residential land use as a result of urban growth. Going forward, he is afraid he might even lose his livelihood. So with this, in our solution that we are providing, we believe we'll be helping in achieving the SDG goal 2, which is zero hunger. This is because loss of agricultural farmland has a direct negative impact on food production. And with this, we believe we'll be helping ensure food security. So our output was a map. The Food and Agriculture Authority estimated that in 2018 alone, we had over 280 million people who did not have enough food to eat. And urban growth is a contributing factor to this. With this, we went through a specific process using Landsat data and going through calibration, subsets, classification, and coming out with change detection. With this, we've been able to come out with a model which can be replicated across regions to come out to find out the proportion of agricultural land which is in use as at now. And we can also make projections into future as to how it will be if interventions are not made. Okay. This map, for instance, will give us an idea, will indicate how agricultural land use has diminished over the period of time and variations between it and other land uses. As we all know, geospatial data is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. So with this, we believe we'll be empowering Mr. Sang and Mr. Sang to go to the appropriate authorities to seek for interventions to address this problem. And with this, we believe land use planners can now come up with spatial plans which are geared towards protecting agricultural land use. We can also advocate for policy planners to come up with policies geared towards legal documentation of farmlands to ensure that food security is achieved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the hard work. Once again, these are solutions that were developed in about 2 days. So they made a lot of effort and they should be congratulated now. Also for the performance of doing a pitch like that with that very limited time of preparation. Thank you again. So I'm calling on stage the next group, which is the GORs. Please. Thank you. This is not the right slides. Is this? No, it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when you're 1 minute left, I do this. So look at me. When you okay. Yeah, you all heard me.
Okay. My name is Jeff, and I'm here to represent the team GORS. And we worked on a challenge 2, which is estimation of land potential for agriculture. In the past, by 2030, the world has been estimated to have a population of 8 billion plus, of which Africa contributes much to the population of the world. Therefore, there have been invasion on the land of agriculture when talking about the potential lands in Africa, because people are buying farmlands and turning them into developmental projects, buildings, and settlements. So therefore, there is a need for a model to estimate the area, the potential areas that will be able to be determine the place for agriculture. And we came out with the model, and this is how the model looks like. We use the AGDIC software, and we developed a toolbox. So we formed the model as a toolbox, and this is how it looks like. The input, then the model will run, and that's the output for the model. That's the map there. So we get something like this as a model. So we use Ghana as a study area for the first time because we know a bit more about Ghana to validate the model. So after validation of the model, we got to know that it's good for estimation of the potential land for agriculture. So we use that one to run for Cameroon, and this, the result that we got. So this is how the model can work. And this is the process for the model. Then we input the satellite data that will be suitable for the work. So we have humidity, temperature. We use Landsat images to compute the temperature. Then we have sunshine. Then we have sunshine. Then we have humidity. So we combine all those data. Then that's the geospatial data aspect. Then we have vector data. That's the river, the streams. Then the model will run using overlay analysis to form the final model for then show you the agricultural potential areas. And at the end, the recommendation that it will be very good if further updates can be made on the model. And the final map can be used by policymakers, farmers, planners, so that they can be able to know how to plan the land, so that the agricultural area will not be lost. And more details can be added to the model, so that we can know the area that will be suitable for a particular vegetation in the area. Thank you.
Again, a very impressive work. Now I'm calling on stage the group Tratsa. Yes. As a reminder, this hackathon was co-organized by the French Development Agency as well as the Godan Secretariat.
Good afternoon. I'm Richmond, presenting on behalf of Group Trouser. Okay. You know, most people depend on the forest for income. And nowadays, there has been a recent increase on forest products, and hence, a lot of pressure on forests. Therefore, our group seeks to find out the extent at which the tree cover is lost and carbon emission is emitted into the atmosphere using southern Cameroon as a study area. One may ask, why southern Cameroon? We use southern Cameroon because it's home to the Congo Basin, which is the second biggest tropical forest in the world, and hence viable for our studies. Our project started from identifying the data we use, performing geospatial analysis on the data, producing maps, and drawing deductions from these maps. Okay, so this is our first map we produce. We can see from the map that the eastern part and the central part has a lot of forest depletion or tree cover loss. And we can also see from the categories that the tree cover loss is directly proportional to the carbon emission. and this is for 2001 and 2005. And for 2006 and 2010, you can see there has been an increase in the tree cover loss for those areas. And this is for 2005. Going back to 2001, we could see the maximum tree cover loss was 9,000. To 2006 and 10, it's increased to 15,000. And 2011 to 2015, it has increased to 30,000 and counting. This is showing that more and more people are depending on the forest. Okay, and there's an interactive dashboard we decided to create, but due to time, we couldn't create. Okay. Okay, and for this, our users will be the Forestry Commission, the Forestry Commission, the Environmental Protection Agencies, and researchers. The Forestry Commission will get to know which areas are most depleted or are losing their forest cover. The EPA, on their part, will know what species are being destroyed at these areas. And for the researchers and the NGOs will also know what action they need to take in order to stop this dependency on the forest. And these are the data used, the vector data, and these are value proposition. At the end, the Forestry Commission will get to know what measures they are supposed to put in place to get the things done. Okay. And this is a roadmap to help curb this dependency on the forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very hard word as well. So the next group on stage is the Legends for a legendary presentation, right? And their project came out of an idea they had at the very first day, which sparkled almost immediately. And we are super proud to, so that they can present you how they more elaborated it.
Are you aware that Southeast Cameroon loses over 2,000 kilometers square of forest every year due to mining activities? Come with the Legend team to understand what happens there and what we have to address the problem. Next. The map you see is the map of Cameroon, with the red portion being Southeast Cameroon, and the other side we have the brown portion, where we have about 70% of the total land in the Southeast region used for mining. And it will interest you to know that's the most fertile area for agriculture in the whole of the country. Across Africa, local authorities like mayors and other people are faced generally with the problem of mining activities affecting agriculture, where we have the land being very degraded and unable to support agriculture. But reforestation, as our adopted approach, would be able to bring back the land into its former shape, if not better, to be able to improve on air quality, create jobs, and also be able to increase the land space for agri activities. Next. Simply, we have 4 steps to address the problem with the reforestation using geospatial methodologies and information. First, we have the diagnostic approach. First, we have the diagnostic steps, where we use the available data. We are going to use the spatial imagery to be able to analyze mining areas which are legal and mining areas which are illegal. Also, mining areas which are legal and mining areas which are illegal, so the local authority decide on the appropriate action, whether they are legal or not. But in any case, reforestation would help restore the land cover. And in effect, we will be able to use geospatial technology to monitor progress of the trees we will plant which are geocoded, and also activities of miners. What makes this our project unique is that we are not stopping anybody from operating, but we'll be able to create the ecosystem and the environment we need for agriculture to strive and also for the local economy to boost with the mining activity happening there. Our approach, simply, we are going to use drone imagery to intersect imageries from a time and another time, like let's say today and tomorrow, you intersect it. You will be able to understand or see clearly with a formula we will use mismatching cells, which will tell you there is a problem there. With the mismatch, we will try to understand what is happening there. And with this is the analysis of it. We use the drone imagery. Looking at the first image, you are able to tell this is the current image we have. And the one before, you see the land cover was still there, but a little depleted. But earlier, you see it was totally a green forest. This is the extent to which the land is degraded. Next one. Next one. Yeah, so this is how our model looks like. And in the end, we are able to achieve a society that supports agriculture and also mining successfully happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was not an easy thing to do, and I know you were digging in a lot of data. So the next group on stage is Nature's Best. Please stand up. Also, during these 3 days, we were supported by a lot of experts, so I want to take some time to thank the field experts that were supporting all the group and given a lot of advices and spent a lot of hours. So thank you, Camille Pinet. Thank you, Julien Chupin. Thank you, Adeline Lolanier, for all the time you spent with the groups.
Good afternoon. We are Nature's Best. Our topic is on depleting forest cover. Do you know that there is a destructive trend showing that Cameroon is losing its forest cover? About 700,000 hectares of forest cover has been lost in just 5 years, when in 10 years it used to be only around 5,000. So people are going to suffer. Food security, water scarcity, and the environment is going to be at a loss. We want to raise this alert to the Minister of Agriculture, those in the forest commission and other NGOs, to remind them that this human activity that is resulting in accelerated tree loss is affecting the ecosystem, water, the weather, and the climate. Why will our approach be unique? We are using an improved visualization system that has an interactive dashboard and compares the forest cover loss with other climate conditions. It has a predictive model for the next 10 years and generates spatial maps for interpolation. Good. Now, this map was developed by us based on data that was given to us by the hackathon organizers, and we developed this ourselves with color code showing the variance trend from 2000 to 2010. And this shows that green was better, but now the eastern part is showing that the forest is losing, we are losing the forest cover. Yes. Okay, no, it's all right. Cool. Yeah. The same has to do with the biomass. You write a slight variation in the biomass lot around the same eastern border, but it goes to the central region also down to the south. So it means that there's a lot of biomass loss. With our graph that is projecting into the future in the next 10 years shows that the depleting forest cover is going on at a constant rate of about 5,000 hectares annually. And if this should increase, it means that by 2028, which is the next 10 years, you are going to lose around 200,000 hectares more. Now, there is a direct correlation with the deforestation and then precipitation. And as you can see, there is a regression. Over the past 10 years, it used to be better. And then irradiance is going, that is the degree at which the sunshine is affecting the environment because of the forest cover loss. We have developed the website which is showing, which the ministry can enter the raw data, and then it's also showing the spatial maps and then the visual charts. We are recommending a drastic policy intervention to conserve the forest and adopting improved agricultural practices by smallholders so that extension officers can help to diffuse the knowledge and enhance food security. If we do this and practice what nature is trying to teach us, then we can have the word nature's best and achieve the sustainable development goal by 2030. Thank you very much.
All right, we are approaching the end for our great pleasure. So I hope this might be of interest of a person who works at the Ministry of Agriculture, which by chance who have a member in the jury by the person of Dr. Salakpi von Simon, who is currently the Ghana Data Policy Committee Task Force member for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. I'm calling on stage now the OpenStreetMap team. Yeah, a lot of OpenStreetMap fans in the room, I guess.
Hello, I'm Koku Elolo Amigaibo. Our big concept is to build a model based on machine learning to generate data on soil compositions. So we have a problem. Our problem is that data scientists need a basic data for their research, and agronomists needs also a data on soil compositions. So we think about how to solve this problem. To solve this problem, we want to collect soil composition data based on global volunteers, OSM-like. You know, OSM is a very big community of about 6 million contributors around the world. And in every country in Africa, you have one community. So why not using OSM community as the base of our data projector? Every contributor will have a pH testing kit, a smartphone, and an app we designed for this data collection. So it's the first design of our app. So contributors can go on the field, take the soil, analyze, and put the data. And with all those surveys, we built a database who can be used by data scientists. And this database can also be used by startups to create an innovative solutions for policymakers, for agronomists, because with this database, agronomists can advise farmers on which crop to be grown. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a team composed of people coming from Togo, Mali, and Ghana, and Madagascar. Well, thank you. I know that English is not your native language, and that was particularly hard for you. So I'm calling on stage the last team, who is called Protecting the Protected Forest. Yeah, let's protect the protected forest. This is the remote. Try it before.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Dakwini Makon from Pentecost University. I'm here with my team. We are here to deliberate on this very topic, that's protecting the protected forest. We will ask ourselves, what is a protected forest? According to UNEP, They are areas that are designated for biodiversity and ecosystem that sought to provide services for natural habitats. But over the years, even though they are protected, we realize that human activities are gradually encroaching, and day in, day out, those places are becoming unprotected instead of being protected. These are references. We are using Cameroon as a case study. Cameroon happens to be in the central portion of Africa, and it has 90 million hectares of forest reserves. And these reserves serve as revenue, employment, and livelihood for its people, and also serves as an ecosystem to provide habitat for those natural animals that live within it. According to Global Forest Watch, that's online monitoring platform, Cameroon lost 657,000 hectares of rainforest land between the year 2001 and 2014. And we ask ourselves, what happened? What is the cause? Deforestation. And what is the brain behind deforestation? We have overlogging of trees, overhunting of games, illegal mining, and undertaking primitive way of agriculture. So what are the implications? We have severe climate changes, drying up of water bodies, desertification, extinction of animals, then land degradation. So we can see the trend that between the year 1990 and 2010, there has been downward slope. That's between 1990 and 2010. The trend has reduced from 24 million upwards to 90 million upwards. Downwards, sorry. Please, this is the current state of Cameroon in terms of its protected areas, reserve areas, and forest managed areas. So it is like this. Even though Food and Agriculture Organization has some softwares or some system in place, that's National Forest Monitoring System, yet the government keep on abusing or keep on encroaching on these protected areas. That's why my team, we have been able to come out with a certain system by blending open street mapping and QGIS to come out with AR mapping and tagging, forest information bank, and red zone alerts. This system will help, one, the policymakers to know actually what is happening within these protected areas, and also give information to any researcher who sought to undertake any research about these forest areas, and also the community, those people who live around these protected areas, to give them information where to go and where not to go. And if they have any information, they can quickly use this platform to alert the authorities. Thank you.
All right, so I guess you now have a better overview of all the work that have been done during the past 3 days. A huge congratulations and applaud to all the teams. So what happens now? We have a jury here. We have Mrs. Florence Toffa, we have Dr. Salapi van Simeren, we have Mr. Sabra Asante, we have Camille Pinet, we have Ni Kwai, and we have Adeline Lolanier. You will now deliberate. We will have 3 winners, 3 teams that will be selected to pitch on stage at the closing session and have them customized support to pursue and their project. Immediately now, I want all teams, all the jury, everybody on stage to have a group picture, if you can do that. So come with me, everybody on stage, please. And we'll come back in 1 hour at 3 to announce the results.
as key in Servir West Africa program. This engagement has become captured under what we call severe clubs. So I want to mention that the Silver Club concept is derived from GLOBE initiative, which stand for Global Learning and Observation to Benefit the Environment. So, Servir West Africa clubs are community of students, teachers, scientists, researchers, and citizens working together by applying geospatial technology and analysis to improve resilience to climate change and ensure sustainable development. The main objective of several clubs is to improve the quality of partnership with youths, to promote more concrete platform for youth participation, to support existing local network and initiatives, and promote youth participation in science, technology, and innovation. Currently, several clubs are conducting a variety of activities that aim at raising environmental awareness and as well as vocation in science, technology, and mathematics fields and careers. So I'm here with my Servir Club representative here from 4 focus countries, which include Niger, Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Senegal. Please, Servir Club, stand up. Okay, please say hi to the assistant.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a group photo, please. Thank you very much. Okay, like I've said. Pardon? No, where I say apart from. Okay. So, like I've said, we are conducting different activity within our several clubs. So, to date, we have 10 several clubs. Implemented in our intervention countries, including Ghana, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Senegal. Our investigation area includes 1, food security, by putting in place what we call soil-less agriculture in school gardens. We are also dealing with water resources by assessing water quality in different types of water bodies, rivers, lakes, etc., by using GLOBE protocol. So this investigation includes what you call water pH measuring, water temperature, dissolved oxygen, water conductivity, and so on. We are also in our geospatial technology using, we are teaching secondary school students on basic coding using Google Earth Engine. So this is what we are doing within our Survey Club, and today we are talking about partnership. We are here to link some partners on which we can link and see that our work is very helpful from science to village. This is our motto, which is service is from space to village. So why the club survey is to disseminate all what we have developed in terms of science technology within the respective community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. So on to the next item on the, should I say menu, on the program. So we're going to have a parallel session on various sub-themes. One will be ethics on emerging technologies. Another will be social media accountability versus self-responsibility. And then we will do youth and career prospects in GIS. And then finally, do online users really have a choice in privacy? So for sub-theme number 1, we have Emmanuel Taki from Impact Tactics. Mr. Emmanuel Taki, if you're here. So he'll be giving us a talk on ethics in emerging technologies. After which we'll have Eva Mwangi. She's an engineer from Getting Noticed. And then, yeah, you can clap. After that, we'll have Kwame Osetutu, who is a GIS expert, a network engineer from GCNet, talking about youth and career prospects in GIS. And then finally, we'll have Josiah Asen, who's CEO and co-founder of iSpace Foundation, who will talk about, do online users really have a choice in privacy? So if you're all here, you can join me on stage, and then we'll go sequentially. So, Mr. Emmanuel Taki, you can start, and the others can have a seat.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I know after lunch is always that. Either you speak before lunch or after lunch. I'm not sure which one is better, but obviously a chance to speak after lunch is a chance to share some information that I was able to gather. So as I said, my name is Emmanuel Taki. I am a Ghanaian-born Canadian. I've taken the year of return a little seriously and actually returned back to Ghana with my family, so we're here now. The company that I run is called Impact Tactics. It's an AI and automation company. So when I was asked to talk about ethics and emerging technology, for me, it was a super interesting topic. It was something that, as an AI company, we do face from time to time, but having the chance to sit down and pause and think about it more deeply was something that I was looking forward to. So what I learned was new in some respects, so hence I have to bring up some notes to make sure I capture it properly, but I hope you guys gain some value out of the discussion today. So clearly, the conversation on AI itself is an important one, and one that relates to automation and the ethics of AI is actually an important conversation. It's happening more and more. Oh, sorry. It's happening more and more, and it's happening in a wider scope. So, why is that? And my hope today is to look at things related to the influencers of that, to look at how as consumers we're impacted by that, to look at some of the technologies, AI in particular, and what role that plays and where that sits today. So ethics in emerging technology is a very big space, so to capture it all would take some time, but I will try and touch on a few of the main components today. So I want to start with the influencers. And as some of you guys in the IT space may be very familiar with is Moore's Law, right? The law that really speaks to the fact that technology is increasing at a very rapid pace. And why is that? And I challenged myself to ask the question, is this even still applicable today? Is Moore's Law truly a law? So for those that are not familiar, Moore's Law was started by, or at least coined by Gordon E. Moore. He was a co-founder of Intel back in 1965. I think it was April of that year, but didn't really become commonplace until the 1970s. And what Moore's Law states is that in about every 18 to 24 months, we have an advancement in technology, an advancement that produces more power, more speed, and more capacity. And coupled with that advancement in technology, we have a decrease in costs. So we're able to do more with less dollars than you would before that, again, on that 18 to 24 month cycle. So, you know, it's a called a law, but it's not really a law. It's more of a rule of thumb. It's something that we use to guide us as we see technology progress year over year, year over year, and year over year. A great way to look at this from a practical standpoint is in 1970, 2,000 transistors probably would have cost about $1,000 US dollars to produce. 1972, that would have gone down to 750, or 500, I should say. 1974, 250. You can see how this trend goes. That same transistor, if it was made in 1990, would have been about 97 cents. And today, probably less than 2 cents. Again, all US figures. So it is happening. So it makes it virtually certain that every 2 to 4 to 6 years, we're going to be doing things we haven't done before, because technology has now come to a point we have access that we never had before. So things that are absolutely new, things that are new opportunities, new companies, new challenges, new ways to solve challenges and solve problems. It's essentially the definition, from my perspective, of what emerging technology is. But have we come to a collapse, or have we found a break in that code? As I stated earlier, I felt that the Moore's Law itself was more of a rule of thumb than it is a law. So let me go back here. There we go. There are some physicists already saying that we are seeing a slowdown in Moore's Law, which in some respects might equal to be a slowdown in the advancement of technology, but we're not seeing that, so there's a disconnect there. According to physicist Miko Kaku, who states, in about 10 years, and I quote this, in about 10 years, we'll see a collapse of Moore's Law. In fact, we're already seeing a slowdown, and the computer power that we need is just simply not enough to maintain the rapid exponential use of the silicon technology we have today. And this is something that's even supported by Intel Corporation. So the reality is, and even in Moore's own words, it can't continue forever. And in about a decade or so, we're going to see a shift. Now, this shift is debatable. The shift to molecular technology, the shift to quantum computing, these are things that are going to become more commonplace in about a decade or so. So the point of that was to show that, hey, you know, change is happening. It's happening very, very rapidly. We're experiencing new technology all the time. The reality is the life cycle of emerging technology is said to be at a scale. There are phases to this. The first phase essentially being the discovery phase. After you've discovered, we're more into that core emergence phase. And after the emergence phase, acceptance, sublime, and then of course, surplus. Now, I would argue from an ethics perspective, trying to bring us back to the topic at hand, it is phase 1 and phase 2 that we need to place the most importance and the most attention and to ensure that the products that we produce have ethical thought built into them. So I want to talk about how that's actually done. So to address phase 1 and phase 2, the discovery and the emergence of technology, in my research, just trying to discover, you know, how is this being done today, what frameworks are available and what are being applied. RRI, or Responsible Research Innovation, is one that has been widely used and adopted as a way to ensure that we have ethics built into technologies that are being produced. So what RRI is, it's a process that seeks to promote creativity and opportunity for science and innovation that is socially desirable and undertaken to the public interest. RRI creates a space and a process to explore these aspects of innovation in an open and inclusive way. So, for the sake of the planet, social practices, how does RI actually get used? How is it being applied? We want to try and bring forth ethics in the products that are being produced. Well, first of all, it's important, like with anything, any sort of change, that we understand very early what we're trying to accomplish to ensure that we have inroads and plans in place before these technologies become commonplace and harder to change and more expensive to change down the line. So that's one. Then it's about applying a generally accepted framework designed to help those involved in responsible research and innovation to ensure that ethical practices are included throughout the process. So this is where the framework called AREA comes into place. And I'll walk you through some of those steps in just a little bit. But AREA is the foundation of ethical research. It's the bedrock of that phase 1 and phase 2 before we get to 3, 4, and 5, which is, of course, emergence, and then sublime, and then surplus. So the AREA framework is really on top of the ROI process I just talked about. RRI has 4 core principles. And those are 4 P's: process, product, purpose, and people. So briefly, from the process perspective, it's just as it sounds. It's ensuring that as we develop and we go through the work of designing and implementing the emerging technologies, transitioning them from emergence to more sublime and surplus, that we've thought through ethical questions related to those processes. Oops. And on the product side, which is typically the most important result that comes out of ethical research in general, is what are we producing? To ensure that when we do produce the product or service, it includes thought about any consequences or any misuse of the product itself and any impacts of that product on the general purpose or general good of society. Excuse me. And then the purpose. This is of critical importance. One of the questions that as researchers that need to be asked and asked quite often is, why are we going about this work in general? What is the purpose, the intent, the overall expectations from the work that we're doing and the emerging technology that we're producing? And then lastly, the people. Clearly, when we're doing any work related to emerging technology or technology in general, it impacts people. So that alone allows us to have high level of scrutiny into what we're producing and why we're producing it and how that impacts the people that would be using it. But that RRI 4 core principles is either and furthermore mapped across a principle that I referred to earlier called AREA. And the AREA is really an important principle that all of these things come together and create a matrix. So in the AREA principles, there is A for anticipation, which is essentially that describing and looking into the impacts, intended impacts, not necessarily looking into the future, but having dialogue around the possible outcomes and results of the work that's being done. Now, this is one that made me pause when I was doing some of the work for today's discussion, because it's about planned research methodology. It's about making sure that we have informed consent. It's about making sure that there's risk assessments being completed. It's about making sure that you have a clear and viable and open data management plan. But some of the questions that are asked in this phase is, how sustainable are the outcomes that are coming out of it when you think about anticipating what we're trying to produce? Why should research be undertaken in the first place? A similar question we brought up in the RRI 4 core principles. And how do we ensure that we include the right stakeholders? But when you talk about technologies like AI, it has a well-documented and much criticized aspect. I position that AI has a race problem. And it's something that, if not looked at, can cause significant impacts into Africans and those alike. Only a few weeks ago, for example, Google had made an attempt to improve its facial recognition algorithms by collecting data from people with dark skin and has raised additional concerns as to the ethics and how they go about their data harvesting. Now, Google has been using subcontracted work for some time, managed by Google managers, to try and get this information. And their practices of doing so have been criticized because either it's about giving a gift card, it's about not fully disclosing the reason behind what they're doing, it's about making it a game, and that game being videotaping or recording their faces, all for the prospect of gathering data. Now, the way they do that has to be done in an ethical manner, and they're being criticized because the reality is they're not. Now, Google, for one, is taking this to heart and making some steps to try and address this. But what has been done, and where we stand today from an AI recognition perspective is as blacks, we aren't as easily recognizable in these tools. So some of the questions that have to arise in situations like that is, how do we improve it, and maybe should we improve it? Software like facial recognition is something that is being debated in the US quite often. San Francisco, for example, has banned the technology. Cambridge, Massachusetts is going around the same path right now. So the question becomes, do you make it accessible to all, or is it more ethical to make it better by going through practice like what I just described that Google is doing? After A, when we talk about the AR, there's a reflect. And this is a simple one. It's really about looking at the purpose and motivations for the potential implications of the research. Some of the questions that researchers ask during this phase are things like, what mechanisms are being used to capture the data? Is there an advisory board in place? Is there some workshops being brought in place to make sure that we are gathering the right information the right way? How do we ensure that we look at the people impacted? Who cares? Who benefits? Who's in control? Is there a gender balance in play here? Have we ensured that these important questions are being asked and, more importantly, being answered? The E in area is engage, which is essentially about bringing those stakeholders together and having some of those open dialogues to ensure that we're having collective feedback in the design of our technologies that we're putting forth. And then act, which is using the process to influence the direction and trajectory of the research and the innovation process itself. We need to think about what do we need to do to make the technologies socially and politically desirable, for example. Are there incentives in place? Are there some trainings we need to do? How do we make sure that once we do go forth with emerging technologies, we have a way to properly leverage them? Now, the area framework and the IRR are two, but by no means are they the only ones or the best ones. There's a framework that I read through, The Ethics of Technology, a book by Martin Peterson, professor of history and ethics at Texas A&M University. In his book, he positions that geometric concepts, and this one really was interesting to me, geometric concepts such as points, lines, and planes can be put together, clarifying the structure and scope and those of other moral principles. So if you bear with me, the geometric account is based on Aristotelian dictum that in cases that are like, meaning the degree of similarity between those cases are similar, the moral similarity, then the differences in moral space is also equal. So the book goes on to list 5 core principles that I'll go through fairly quickly here. And those principles are essentially this. When you look at the moral framework and assessing morality for emerging technologies, the cost-benefit principle. Is it morally right only if the net surplus benefits all and all those affected is more than, it's right only if the net surplus benefits over cost for all affected and is least to the large for the alternative. The precautionary principle is morally right only if reasonable precautionary measures are taken to safeguard against uncertain and non-negligible threats. Sustainability principle, it's morally right only if it does not need to be significant long-term depletion of natural, social, or economic resources. The autonomy principle, it's morally right if it does not reduce the independence, self-governance, or freedom of the people affected by it. And the strong fairness principle, which has a couple interesting points, but it's morally right if it does not lead to unequal, if it does not lead to individuals that get what they deserve from a positive perspective, no one's rights are violated, and the consequences are distributed evenly. So, I've been told I've got 1 minute, and I have significantly more time than that. So let me get to some important points I think I just want to express before I wrap up then. You guys will have to wait another time for that one, because that was a fun one. I'll tell you it was. So job loss. I'll briefly touch about this, because in my line of work, when we talk about AI and automation, job loss is constantly a discussion that we have at the table. Is AI going to have an impact on job loss? And if it does, what are the ethical positions that we have as a company and as people and as governments about that? So, my position on this is fairly simple, and it's really a statement of fact. When you look at the progress of technology for the last 250 years, we've always seen technology advance and change. It's just the way evolution from a technology perspective has been. You don't have to go back far. You don't have to look at wide sweeping changes like steam or electricity. You can go back to the internet, for example. I remember, and I'll share this, that back in 1993 or so, when Mosaic browser was first released and surfing the web was first a term, I was sitting in front of the computer and I would just type in names like Pepsi.com or Nike.com to see where it took you, because that was essentially the extent of the internet back then. It was more of a consumer sharing information perspective. But if you look at technologies that might have had a bigger impact on job loss, although AI can be considered one of it, we know the reality of where we are now because of the internet. If you look at the internet and the reality being that you've got a billion computers on the same network speaking a similar protocol, you might have thought, hey, this might mean more emails, which might mean less letters, might mean more reading online, which might mean less newspapers. What we've seen, in fact, is produce billions of more jobs, billions of more, or hundreds of more companies worth billions of dollars, and it's created a net new environment. And that's what technology does. It's a balance, but it's also a balance on a positive side. So in the interest of time, where I'll go to is just to conclude, but I do have some information I can share to those that are interested after the fact. This one I do want to share because I think it's something that the group here should be aware of. So I did mention that the aspect of AI having a positive net impact on society. It's going to create new jobs, it's going to impact those jobs that are today. Both anything from an ethical perspective, there's always a plus and a negative. And the negative is really those that affect us. So McKinsey just last week released a report talking about the impact of AI on African Americans, focused primarily on the US market. And that report dug deep into who will be impacted, how many people will be impacted, and what does that mean because of AI. And in a nutshell, what this report really says is 30% of jobs that are being held by African American males will be impacted by AI in a negative, meaning they'll be disrupted. Lower paying automation tasks will come in place to displace those jobs, and those that are in those jobs today will need to be reskilled, for lack of a better word. That's African American males. There's more to that, of course. On the female perspective, it's different. On the female perspective, the impact is actually positive. Black females in the US, because of AI, won't see a dip. In fact, when compared against white males, Asians, of all genders, black females are the ones that are actually going to see a net benefit because of AI, because they're in roles that are overrepresented, that are really positively impacted by AI. So it's interesting, at least from my perspective. So to conclude, momentum and progress of automation globally is truly unstoppable. We now are at a global scale. We compete for customers, we compete for leads, we compete for jobs on a global scale. Our peers are advancing their speed, their accuracy, the quality, and the impact of the work they do due to automation and due to technologies like RPA. So I pose a question. If we do not adopt emerging technologies in similar ways as others are, do we risk putting our people behind the speed of emerging technologies and out of the social economic benefits that it brings? If we do, is that decision ethical? In other words, is it ethical not to equip students, teachers, skilled and unskilled laborers with the skills they need to compete in the new working environment? I'll leave you to ponder that. But another question is, perhaps if we play first follower, right? If we get a chance to see the impacts of emerging technologies and we understand what that means, is that a better position to put us in? Or is that going to actually put us further behind because we weren't following the curve of innovation and emerging technologies? There's also a concept of technology singularity. If you go back to Moore's law, the fact that it's increasing at such a fast speed, eventually we'll get to a point of convergence where that speed will go beyond our ability to control it. Is that a reality or is that a theory? If it's a reality, what do we do now ethically to think about how we want to control that and manage that? So, it all comes to risk planning, it all comes to change management, it all comes to belief, it all comes to dialogue. These are the things that, from an ethical perspective, we have to keep in mind and we have to encourage. So I'll leave it at that. Hope you guys gain something from this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iman Otaki. I know how it feels when you have so much to say and so little time. Yeah, time is never, ever a friend. So up next, we have Eva. Eva from Get Inotized. I got it wrong the first time. I said Getting Noticed. It's not getting noticed, it's get inotized. So Eva will talk about social media accountability versus self-responsibility. Round of applause, please.
Hello, my name is Eva Mwangi, and I work at Get Inotized. I work as a data scientist, and it's a job that I really love. And apart from the math, the numbers, the coding, it's the people. And I'll take you through how we select these people using social media. So when I got, may I get some help with this? Oh, okay, cool. So when I got the topics from Lily, I thought about Googling it. And this is what I found about social media. There are so many apps out there that almost everyone in this room has about 5 of them installed on their phone, or either working, using their computers on them. Then I thought about self, and this is what I found about self. And this is just one concept of self. So I thought this could be a little bit overwhelming. So why not look at responsibility and accountability? And most of the time, we take accountability and responsibility as one thing. But I want you to notice that accountability cannot be shared, but responsibility can. For most of us who have African parents, I think most of the room is made of Africans, we know that time when your brother would make a mistake and everyone in the house, including the cat, will be punished for it. You also remember your mom asking you a question like, why didn't your brother finish his assignment? Or why isn't your sister having clean clothes? It's where you are taking responsibility and accountability for the actions of the person next to you without telling the difference about them. So it came to a point, and growing up, I realized that there is actually a difference between accountability and responsibility. I could be responsible for that chair, or I could take responsibility of that chair, but the person who signed for that chair to be here is actually the one who is accountable if anything happened to that chair. So I took a quote online which says, in the long run, we shape our lives and we shape ourselves. That's your responsibility. And the process never ends, and the choices we make are ultimately our responsibility. And this is to say that you didn't choose to be born, but you're responsible to keep yourself alive. And the people who help you in that responsibility are your parents, your government, or even the people who are next to you. Now, I was privileged to go to one of, I would say, the best schools in Kenya. And we had a motto, like every one of us, which said, honor, courage, and industry. But the slogan is what took us through 4 years of our time in school. And it said, I am a Moijian, I am responsible, and I conduct myself with dignity and integrity. And the part of responsibility saw me go through the 4 years with only 3 punishments. And 2 of them were collective, and 1 of them is because I had a white line on my socks while we were supposed to actually have pure white socks. Now, self-responsibility can be shared, but you will sometimes need to take responsibility where others are the ones who caused probably the damage or something. Say if someone did something to you, you are responsible to how you react to that situation. And for the religious people, the devil, God, could be very, very powerful, but at the end of the day, they are not the cause of all of your problems. So you have to take responsibility of your life in that aspect. And lastly, being self-responsible makes you powerful. And it makes you it gives you a lot of power to control what happens to you. So being responsible means you're able to take care of yourself, eat well, go to the gym, sleep well, rest. It's your responsibility to support yourself. It's your responsibility to stay honest to other people and to yourself. It's your responsibility to know that you don't need to be perfect. What you do is start. It's your responsibility to accept that there will be constraints, but you always have to try or change what you can. And lastly, forming habits makes you more responsible and better around other people. So social media. The amazing thing is that social media is as new to some people as it was in 2004. It's really big. They don't understand it. They don't know how to go around it. And that's why we find a lot of people who value the light they have on their selfie and never value the light they have on their reputation. So there is the digital trail, there is the digital footprint, and there is the digital identity. Whatever you're sending out there, what does it make you look like? What are the messages that you're sending to other people about yourself? That is something that you have in control, and we in the social media will hold you responsible and accountable to it. And the thing is, social media is the judge, the jury, the policeman who arrested you, and the warden who will keep you in jail. Now, we will believe whatever you say about yourself. We will believe in what you post. So what are you posting? Social media can be a very powerful tool that can build your success, but it can also be the tool that will destroy your life forever. And we have seen this happen to so many people. We have seen this happen to supermodels. We have seen this happen to politicians. We have seen this happen to so many people around us. Now, we keep using social media. And the amazing thing is that we are very fast to complain about brands and tear them down. If something happened and your bundles somehow got lost in the middle of a transaction, Vodafone will take the hit for it. But how about yourself as a person? How about you as a brand? We use social media for some of us who are very intentional about it. We use it to build our brands, and we sell ourselves, and we get the opportunities, we get the jobs. We also use social media to follow news, to know what's going on in the world. We use social media to sell things. We use social media to research. We actually believe that social media is where people express themselves in a raw way, and that's where we can get raw data. So we are also using social media to stay connected with the groups that will advance our careers. We are looking for potential employees on social media. So for example, if you send in your application, I will Google you. And whatever I see is something that tells me about you, yourself. You'll send me your CV, it might be looking very good, but if I look at your social media and I believe that I can't work with you, trust me, you won't even know what happened. And then some of us also look for spouse on social media. We evaluate other people. You meet a person the first time and you think, they're interesting. You immediately Google them. So, before you're posting something, you have to ask yourself these questions. And this question will keep you responsible and accountable, or be able to handle the consequences of your posting. Number one, could whatever you're posting be misinterpreted? Could it cause harm, or could it make someone angry? Are you posting out of anger? Who might see what I'm posting? Is it disrespectful? Is it too much revealing of myself, or does it show me in bad light? So for you to stay positive or positively accountable because you don't want to go to jail in social media. You have to follow the right people, the people who inspire you, the people who give you positive energy. And this is not only for other people, but also for yourself. If you're always around people who will be posting negative things, it means you will also end up with that, if you're around people who post negative things, it means you end up with that negative energy. Join groups that help you build your brand. There are so many people out there who have used social media and they have actually gotten into conferences, gotten into rooms that they never thought about, got to do jobs that they didn't even think about. Be intentional about what you post. There is this thing where you go out on a party and you're posting your friend's picture and your friend's picture looks bad, but because you look good, you just post it. What does it say about you? Because you didn't practice the etiquette of asking your friend first. So which means probably the next time your friend is posting something, they will post it to get the revenge on you. Mark your boundaries. Make sure you know up to what you can reveal and what you cannot. People say that the most important things happen out of social media, so you have to make sure that those important things actually stay important and away from social media. But it's your discretion to decide what is worth posting and what's not. Treat others, especially your friends, with respect. Posting your little kids with their badge, with their school badges, and they're accessible to everyone, you have to make sure that you're doing that in respect. Take enough from social media and relate with other people in real time. Now, I would like to end by saying accountability and responsibility have to go hand in hand. You have to take care of yourself, and then you have to also take accountability of whatever you do on social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. So we have to be accountable on social media. Up next is Kwame Osei Tutu. He is a GIS expert, network engineer with GCNet. He's going to talk about youth and career prospects in GIS. A round of applause, please.
Hi, so my name is Kwame Osei Tutu, and let's just say I'm into GIS. Now, I understand I'm just talking about youth and career prospects in GIS, and I understand there's a GIS audience, largely, but for those of us who do not really understand what GIS means, let me just break it down a bit. So GIS means Geographic Information Systems, okay? Geographic Information Systems, but I mean, that's still confusing, right? So let's think about it this way. All of us, everything that exists on this earth has attributes, right? Both animate and inanimate objects have attributes. Take me, for example. So what are some of my attributes? Say, I'm into GIS, I'm a male, I'm a software engineer as well. So when you begin to take attributes of any other thing, be it an object or whatever, okay, and you are interested in recording it in whichever way, whether you want to write it on a piece of paper, you want to do an audio recording or that kind of thing, when there's that conscious effort to actually catalog attributes of any other thing, you begin to produce data, okay? So that is how you are producing the data. Now, when you have that data, you just have jumbled information concerning anything at all. But when you process that data and it begins to make sense, you are able to get some meaning from that data, making it information. When you relate it to GIS, that data has to have some kind of locational attributes. in GIS, we say it has to be spatially aware. Now, when we use the term spatial, which I've heard so many times in this room today, it basically means how something is positioned in space. That's all. Now, when you have data which is locationally aware, then you are creating geographic information. Okay? Now, when that data comes together, when sets of that data come together to work for a particular good, then you're looking at having to build a system. So you're looking at geographic information systems. I hope I'm making sense. Now, I'll just use my life, my career as a GIS person to let you know what the prospects of GIS are like out there. So basically, for my undergrad, it was 2 of us anyway. So we took a project on trying to solve the issue of forest fires in the Afram Headwaters Forest Reserve. And what was happening was that a lot of the times you hear of a forest fire, before the fire responders are able to get there, there's so much damage that has been done already. Large tracts of land has been burnt already. So we took that up as a project. And our main aim was to be able to tell the people working in the fire service which areas to get to. Immediately they see some smoke in the sky, or they hear people talking about fires in the forests. So that was what actually drew me to GIS. That was my first interaction with GIS, working with locational data, coordinates, and what have you. Now, right out after school, I happened to have realized that I had developed the interest, so I wanted to do something along those lines in GIS. But I quickly realized that, speaking in terms of my Ghanaian land space, I noticed it wasn't something that was too popular. It hadn't caught on so well in Ghana. But I was still very passionate about GIS. So what I quickly realized was, to be able to matter, or to be able to have a job or hold down a job, I needed to add other skills to this GIS. So I quickly taught myself software development. And I noticed that when I began to combine those 2 disciplines, it made me much more valuable. So with the first job I had, it was a software engineering firm, and I was hired as a GIS software developer, mainly because they were at a point where they wanted to develop software which had locational intelligence or analytics, right? And that introduced me to working in, getting out of school, getting into a working environment. You notice that there's a wide gap. You know, being in the classroom, being taught this is this, this is that, this is that, to actually coming into the working environment to solving problems, you notice that there's quite a gap, okay? So in terms of the prospects, you would say for GIS people, if you have a lot more skills, you combine a lot more specialities. You're looking at software engineering, you're looking at core GIS, and then you veer a bit into databases, okay? So you notice that in most companies, I don't know where most of you are working, but there are some companies you go into and there's been data sitting on servers for years that has never been touched. Why? Because they have geographic abilities, and nobody really understands what to do with that data. Now, when you begin to go into spatial databases, like databases that have GIS abilities. So in GIS, we call them spatially enabled data, okay? So once you have that data in there, and you're able to draw some value from that data, one example is, for example, one of the places I work, we were trying to place taxpayers in particular geographic regions, okay? So it could be that there's a taxpayer who lives somewhere. For those of you who know Ghana very well, maybe someone is living somewhere around Kanishi and his tax office is somewhere in Medina or Legon. You notice that there's so much distance between the taxpayer and where he's supposed to file his tax returns. So what that means is that the taxpayer is discouraged from actually filing his tax returns. But if you are able to bring him closer to an office that is close to, let's say, Kanishi, then you encourage him to actually file his tax returns easily. Now, these are some of the examples of what GIS, like a career in GIS, entails. Now, for telcos, for example, there's always the issue of people losing connectivity if you are traveling on the road. I don't know if you've noticed. Maybe you are driving from one point to another and you're on the phone. You get to a particular region and you notice that your call just drops, okay? I recently ran into a gentleman who is working with one of these telcos, and I was having a discussion with him and told him that this is what I think of the situation as a GIS person, and that can be probably a career opportunity right there. If you came into this company with a GIS background, you can actually advise people that are in charge of these companies to look at where they have their cell masts placed. So for example, for a particular mast, maybe it has a radius of, a communication radius of maybe 1 kilometer. And you notice that the next mast is probably about 10 kilometers away, or let's say even 5 kilometers away. Right away, you'll be able to tell them that, look, because of where these things are positioned, people are going to be losing connectivity when they're on the phone. You need to bring it closer. And they're going to ask you, how do you find out? How did you know that you could do this? And then you tell them that, look, with GIS, you can map the various locations of the various cell towers. So in essence, what I'm saying is that in a career in GIS, look at adding other skill sets to make yourself much more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwame. So finally, we have Josiah Ace, and he's a CEO and co-founder of iSpace Foundation. He'll be talking about do online users really have a choice in privacy, and he will give us our closing remarks right after that. So a round of applause to welcome.
Good afternoon. So I know we behind time, so I'm going to skim through this real quick, okay? So the question is, do online users really have a choice in privacy? Yes and no, okay? Now, for me, I've done a list, so I'm going to read to you like a teacher, because after that, then we're done, okay? Are you okay with that? Okay. Now, first thing to do, protect everything. Password protect everything, okay? Keep your computer virus free. Now, some of you, when you're online, you might get advertisers will send you something and said, yeah, you can win an iPad if you put information in this, right? Don't do that. If you put information in it, they have a way of getting viruses to your laptop and then getting your information. So don't do that. Third, secure your browsers. Now, most of the time, you need to also switch your search engines that you use. So your browsers, if you're using Chrome most of the time, change it. Firefox, those of you that are using Macs, you can use Safari. So just make sure you change your browsers and your search engines. Mainly people tend to use Google a lot. But then, do people still use Yahoo? Nah? Okay, so stick to using to Google for now. Is there anything else? That's the only one that everybody uses, right? And then, be careful what you share on social media. Again, your date of birth, your address, phone numbers, and all of that, make sure you protect those. Ask people why they need your information. If somebody just asked you to fill out a form, you need to ask them why they need certain information, like your birthday and all of those other stuff, because it's very important, right? And then, you only use softwares you can trust. In the beginning, people were talking about cracking, like really cracking softwares and everything else. I will personally tell you not to, because most of the time when you do that, you open yourself to people sending you viruses and hacking your systems. So trust the softwares that you can, well, basically use softwares that you can trust. And so to pretty much wrap up, do you really have privacy? Yes and no, depending on how you use the systems that you have. And thank you to the rest of you. Right? That's it, right? So you want me to say anything or you want to say something? Now you can close. You started it, so you close.
So thank you very much, Josiah, for making it very snappy. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, so I have to thank everyone for making it here. Thank you for staying. Thank you for listening. Thank you for contributing. Thank our guests and our panelists and everyone who's made AGDIC possible. I think on that note, all I have to say is it's closing time. Who's ringing the bell? Who's ringing the bell? Anyways, all right. Thank you very much for coming, and it's a good evening. My name is Kobe Spike Nkrumah. Ciao.
Hi everyone, there are a few people out there. Please get seated for the closing ceremony of the AGDIC to finally begin. The people that are at the door, please come inside and get seated. So we'll start quickly because we are running out of time already, or shall I say we are behind time. This closing ceremony will start with Madame Adeline, who was here on day one. I will be inviting Madame Adeline on stage. Okay, so some more people coming. I'll just get them to get seated before I take it again. So we'll be starting in, let's say, 5 minutes. Ideally, if you can just sit a bit close to each other so we can fill those gaps and the pictures can look all good. So it looks like we have Madame Adeline in the house, so I'll be inviting her on stage right about now to reveal the 3 winners of the hackathon. What is going to happen is that there is no prize. The prize is exposure. Each of the winners will be given 2 minutes to talk about their project to this audience, and then we will be listening what they have for us for the future. Because as our previous speakers were saying this morning, everything starts after this conference. Madame Adeline, please come on stage. A round of applause for our first speaker, Madame Adeline. So I will leave the stage to her to do what she can do best, which is to announce the 3 winners. I believe they are also in the house. So please, prenez le micro.
Thank you. I'm glad to announce the winners of the hackathon. And I'm glad to announce that the 3rd place, we have the team Tradza. So please come on stage. And they worked on a project to identify which areas are most affected by anthropogene activities. Thank you. Then we have on the 2nd place, almost with the same score, so all the jury members were aligned on this. We have the team GORS that I'm calling on stage, and they worked on a project to estimate the land potential in agriculture. And on the 1st place, I'm calling OSM team, OpenStreetMap team, that worked on a project called AI for Resilient Agriculture. So here we have all the 3 teams with all the winners. The AFD will offer them some coaching to accompany them to finalize and fine-tune their projects during the few months, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have something that we could present. I won't ask them to pitch again because they had the opportunity to pitch in the main hall already in a previous session. But if you have some questions, you know where to find them. They'll be around. Thank you, and congratulations to everyone.
Well, congratulations again for all the 3 winners of the hackathon. If Mr. Wisdom Donko is available now, I'll call him on stage. If not, sorry to kind of mess this up, but I would love to call the winners again and give them the opportunity to talk so that we can make use of the time. Because it seems like Mr. Wisdom Donko is not available yet. So if you don't mind, Madam Adeline, please come back and let's get the winners of your contest to share a few words with the audience. And I'm sure they'll be very happy to take the microphone as well.
So at first, I'm calling probably the team number one, who's got the opportunity to pitch again, the first one this time. So OpenStreetMap, could you come and pitch again? It's a bit a kind of surprise because we just told them that they won't have to pitch again, so. And I don't know if we can get some, no. So, they're not very fluent in English, so as they were very well prepared for the pitch, they will need probably, I can make the translation if you want. Just come on stage. Come on stage. Don't be shy. Can they do it in French? Yes, oui. Go ahead.
OK.
There's no slide this time.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je me nomme Kokou Elolo Amegaibo, je viens du Togo.
Il n'y a pas de slide.
Ah, il n'y a pas de slide. Bon, la solution sur laquelle nous avons travaillé, en fait, c'est parce qu'on s'est heurté à un problème. Le problème, c'est la disponibilité des données sur la composition des sols. On sait tous qu'aujourd'hui, les data scientists, les chercheurs, les agronomes, les techniciens ont besoin de la composition du sol pour pouvoir proposer des conseils, aux agriculteurs sur les cultures à faire en fonction de la composition du sol et autres. Mais on n'a pas...
Let me translate. Okay. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for me. So the idea here is to collect some data and to be able to combine some data to give some information about soil composition for the farmers or researchers. But we have a problem, we're missing some information about that. So how are we going to do that?
Donc voilà, nous, dans notre équipe, en fait, nous sommes des contributeurs OpenStreetMap. Nous nous sommes dit pourquoi ne pas se baser en fait sur cette grande communauté qui est la communauté OpenStreetMap, qui compte aujourd'hui plus de 6 millions de contributeurs un peu partout dans le monde. Et en Afrique, nous avons à peu près une communauté par pays. Pourquoi ne pas se baser sur cette communauté-là pour faire du crowdsourcing d'informations sur la composition des sols. Donc, sur ce, nous avons élaboré une petite application qui va permettre, à la base de kits de tests de sol qui seront distribués aux contributeurs, de faire des prélèvements géolocalisés avec des analyses qui sont envoyées via l'application vers un serveur. Ce qui nous permettra en fait d'avoir une base de données globale que nous pourrons après mettre à disposition des chercheurs.
So let me translate that part. So the idea is to base and to use the OSM OpenStreetMap community because there are 5 million users part of this community all around the world, and they have a community in all the countries in Africa. So this is a very powerful community, and the idea is to do some soil data collection based on that community, giving them some kits that are very easy to use to collect some data, also to collect some piece of soil, and to do some analysis and to create the big data sets. And they want to develop an app based on this to help the people collect the data.
Donc, au final, en fait, avec ces données qui sont collectées un peu partout en Afrique et dans le monde, nous aurons une base de données de base qui sera utilisée par les chercheurs et surtout par les startups parce que aujourd'hui, on a besoin de fructifier cette donnée-là. Il faut que ces données-là soient utilisées pour créer des solutions innovantes qui vont permettre aux agriculteurs de trouver des solutions à leurs problèmes.
So here, the objective is to collect the data, to build a data set on soil composition, and then this data set will be able to cross this data set with other data, like geospatial data, but also weather forecast data, to be able to do some data science analysis, like AI, machine learning, deep learning, and to let the researchers and to give to the researchers the opportunity to use this data set to make some progress in science based on this.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call the second winner, which is at the second place, and it's team GORS. If they want to come on stage and pitch again in English this time. Can we please get the slides?
Okay, thank you very much. We are the team GORS, and we build a model that can estimate the potential areas for agriculture. So we use the Esri AGDIC ArcMap to build a toolbox. And this toolbox combines factors like humidity, temperature, pressure, soil type, then geology. So to combine all these factors together, then we use analytical hierarchy process to rank the influences, that's the factors. Then we did an overlay analysis using the spatial analysis tool in ArcMap. So it was a model, a toolbox for GIS ArcMap that you can able to combine all these factors. And we did it for Ghana. So this toolbox, you can select your area of interest. It's dynamic. So we took our images, that's the satellite images from Google Earth Engine. So we have the Landsat, then we computed the land surface temperature from the Landsat. Then we have the sunlight, that's the solar radiation data from the world climatic data. Then we combine all these factors. These are the factors. Each one is a map. Then we have the vector data, that's the river, the roads, the water bodies, and the forest reserves. So we have to map out the forest reserves because we can't farm inside the reserves. Then we did Euclidean distances for each of the road, rivers. Then we combined them together, ranked them according to the hierarchy process, the analytical hierarchy process. Then we attach the influences as a percentage to them based on our calculation that we got. Then we did it for Ghana because we know more about Ghana, the topology, the land use, land cover. So we did it for Ghana, then we validated the results, and we found out that it was a good result for predicting or estimating the agricultural areas in Cameroon. So we ran the data for Cameroon, then we got these results for Ghana and Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you have some questions, feel free to go and ask them directly. And I'm pleased to call the third team, which is Strata. And they are going to pitch again. And while they're coming, I'd like to make a special thank to Godan that helped us organizing this hackathon and to host also the hackathon in this conference.
Good evening. And sorry about my lens, I just lost one of the handles. Okay, I'm Richmond and I'm pitching for group Trouser. Okay, and our projects seek to find the extent at which the tree cover loss and biomass emission, and carbon emission is in southern part of Cameroon. Okay. So first of all, this is our study area, and we chose it because it's home to the Congo Basin, which houses a lot of forests. Okay, and this is our data. We primarily used the forest loss data for each year, but because it will be a lot of data, we did it in 5 years interval, 2000 to 2005. 2001 to 2005, 2006 to 2010, then 2011 to 2015. Okay, so we performed geospatial analysis on it, got some maps, and then made some deduction from the maps. Okay, so this is the first map we created, and this is for 2001 to 2005. And it shows the central and eastern part of the country has a lot of tree loss, tree cover loss. And we can also deduce that the tree cover loss is directly proportional to the carbon emission. And from the values, it's around 9,700 and something. Sorry, I can't see well from here. Then the second one, you could see this also, the trend follows. But this time, the color codes are more deeper, which is showing the tree loss is increasing, and the values for the carbon emission is also increasing. And same for the third one. And this is a dashboard we plan on creating, an interactive dashboard, which on clicking any part, it will give you information regarding to that particular area, since the image has a spatial item. Okay, and this is our user group, the Forestry Commission, the Environmental Protection Agency, the non-governmental agencies, research scientists like students, World Research Solutions, since these people are concerned about the environment and the forest at large. Okay, and these are the tools we use, tools and data used. As said earlier, we use the forest climate data from 2001 to 2018, which mainly is the tree loss data and the carbon emission data, and also the Cameroon administrative boundary. The value proposition. The result will provide help users to have knowledge about the forest and the areas. Okay, now we are saying there is tree loss. Which areas are having most of it? And from this, they can also make various deductions. Okay, what's causing the tree loss, tree cover loss, and how best can we solve it? Or how best can we protect the environment from these effects? Okay, and we suggested a roadmap, a way to solve these issues. So this what we plan. You get some individuals, train them on what to do, mostly planting for afforestation purposes and also for monitoring purposes. Okay, and the relevance on agriculture. Okay, as the forest is being depleted, it causes a change in landscape. The land becomes bare, leaving it in the state for erosion to take place. Okay, it's also the water regulation and soil improvement purposes. As you know, the forest is home for most of these rivers. Most of these rivers start from the forest and come. As the forests are being depleted, the water bodies are also left bare, which leads them to pollution and climate change. As you know, CO2 plays a major part in global warming or climate change. The more CO2 in the system, the warmer the temperatures, and warmer temperatures also increases pests and diseases. Okay, thank you.
So I think we can applaud again for all the great work that they did during these 2 days. And hopefully we'll see them again later on with more finished solution. And I can just close the hackathon officially.
Très beau travail par Madame Adeline. Honnêtement, applaudissons-la s'il vous plaît. Please, a round of applause for Madame Adeline for her fantastic work with the hackathon, and also to the 3 winners. So it's now time to call on stage Mr. Kweku Antwi, who will represent the president of the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, to give a final address. Mr. Kweku Antwi, please come on stage. Thank you. He will be speaking on behalf of Mr. Wisdom Donko, who is the president of the foundation. Take the microphone.
Thank you, MC. Hello, everybody. I don't know whether I'm excited or I'm going to feel sad, because it's been a long way coming, and to have everything come to this point, we are really glad to be here. And I'm going to be speaking on wisdom. So I don't have any prepared remarks before, but when you work with wisdom, you know you always have to be prepared for something to happen. So on behalf of the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, in collaboration with our partners, Sever West Africa, and our co-collaborators and our sponsors, in no particular order, Godan, AFD, the Ghana Statistical Service, the National Development Planning Commission, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and also to our very numerous sponsors from Wilpert, our main partners for this conference, in particular Geospatial Media and Communications, our numerous other collaborators for this, and in no particular order, I just want to say we are really happy that after more than a year of planning and numerous meetings and collaborations with all of you, and traveling, support, and various sessions, at this particular moment, we will be closing this conference for the year. And it's been one very interesting experience, because even to the last particular moment, we had so many people coming together to be able to host this conference here in Accra. And I believe most of us are living here today with not just the knowledge, but also some kind of motivation to carry on our work in the various aspects of our life. We at the foundation are also going to continue pushing for more collaborative works and also more follow-up work throughout Africa. Our aim is to continue carrying out this conference and also the allied sessions and also projects, especially the hackathons, and also the geospatial work we are doing. And notwithstanding also the road, as the analogy was given today by Paul from Survey about the data and the vehicle of the internet. I just want to say that we are really glad that we are here at this moment. And please, let's not keep talking. Let's keep the conversation online and everywhere we can find ourselves. And we have each other's contacts, so let's keep in touch. So I just want you to all give yourselves a clap. And next year by this time, in a location somewhere across the African continent, we are going to meet again, and we will have moved on with various plans that we had today. So thank you once again, and do enjoy Ghana. Thank you.
Indeed, as Mr. Kweku Antwi was saying, it has been a very eye-opening conference, the maiden conference of the African Geospatial Data and Internet. Next on stage, I'm going to ask Mr. Amadou Mouktar Deye of Servir West Africa to come on stage and share some closing remarks. Monsieur Amadou Mouktar Deye de Servir West Africa pour nous donner une note finale. Please give him a round of applause.
Merci beaucoup. So I have the task and privilege to deliver what we call here declaration of intent. Serious West Africa Cloud Computing and Big Data Forum under the Africa Geospatial Data and Information Conference. We, members and partners of Servir West Africa, convened at the Servir West Africa Cloud Computing and Big Data Forum, note with appreciation the valuable contribution made by the participants and in the forum, including representatives of other Servir hubs, NASA, USAID, and leaders from government, private sectors, academia, regional economic community, and development partners. We declare that, first, recognize the Africa Geospatial Data and Internet Conference, AGDIC, held in Accra, was a unique opportunity to bring people together from various stakeholder groups as equal in discussion on public policy issues relating to geospatial information, open data, ICTs, and internet in Africa. We also recognize the status of Servir as a valuable partner of regional institutions around the globe to help them become stronger service providers in order to assist their member countries to improve the information used in developing decision makers. Therefore, we recognize that cloud computing services and big data analytics have become passive and international business government services and research throughout the world. We welcome the ongoing work and strong support of Servir to reduce the information divide between West Africa and the rest of the world, and to contribute to bring the region up to a level at which it is able to take advantage of the opportunities of cloud computing and big data analytics offers. We highlight that the digital economy is generating opportunities to fully integrate information on on all aspects of decision-making, from regional to local and individual actions. Resolve to work collectively with Survey West Africa Consortium as well, other initiatives such as GODAN and IRDC to encourage the use of geospatial data in an inclusive digital economy that promotes sustainable development. Note the engagement of regional organizations such as ECOWAS and AU, national institutions and government to ensure geospatial information delivers benefit to all sectors of society. So we encourage and support the creation of a regional community of practice on cloud computing and big data, which is linked to national and local communities of practice as an opportunity for collaboration and sharing of experiences and skills with regard to common challenges. Furthermore, to fully realize the benefits of cloud computing in Africa, we acknowledge with gratitude all investment made by government, NGOs, international organizations and private sector and various national government on official data infrastructure and computing. We highlight the need to concrete actions to develop confidence in cloud computing applications, resolve to redouble our effort to help one another, developing institutional capacity to promote the use of vast trove of Earth observation data which are available from cloud for national and regional benefit. We encourage decision makers, government to create the enabling environment and make the investment necessary for adoption of cloud computing and big data analytics, particularly in terms of access and use. I encourage academic institutions at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels to develop curricula that create a cadre of a framework of professionals and technicians with the competencies in coding, data design, and engineering necessary to full engagement in cloud computing. Recognize the central role of the private sector in providing cloud computing services and internet access and at reasonable cost to the end user. We again call upon ECOWAS to redouble its effort to communicate the value of geospatial data and cloud computing to its member states, foster confidence among decision makers and end users, and create a policy environment favorable to the provision and adoption of cloud computing, which is a dynamic engine for economic growth. Finally, we resolve to put in place a working group under the auspices of ECOWAS to assess progress towards the goals, objectives, and priorities that we established in Accra, and to consider new challenges and themes to guide consideration of cloud computing and machine learning. We thank the government of Ghana for its hospitality, the AGDIC Organizing Committee, Survey USAID, and NASA, and all other partners. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Amadou Mokhtar. Thank you very much, Mr. Amadou Mokhtar. I'm now going to call on stage a man that has been with us very active and engaged since day one of the AGDIC. He's from GODAN, and of course, is none other than Monsieur André Lapierrière.
Phew, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. It's very difficult, though, to summarize when so many things have happened. It's been such a rich experience, which I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. But as I realize that I'm really the wedge between you going home and everything that we've done before, I'll start with the end, so that's probably the best way. I was speaking with colleagues, friends, partners, and then I realized that really here in Ghana, in this event, we had contributions coming all the way from Australia to California, from South Africa to the UK. All of these people from all around the world gathered here to celebrate, I would say, the emergence of data, the democratization through open data, the democratization of knowledge, because that's really what data is all about. It empowers people to make better decisions. The thrust of the discussions that we've had, or the heart of them, I should say, was geodata. So it's very fitting because geodata gives us a bird's eye view over the world. And open data does that. It helps us get a bird's eye view as to what surrounds us and helps us therefore make better decisions, more enlightened decisions as to how we can strive for progress. Data is about knowledge, but data is about people. So that's really what we should take home from this. So we go home with lots of experiences, impressions, knowledge, ideas that we need to use to press forward to help all of our compatriots, friends, and all those that we're going to see back home to help point the way towards progress. And I'm really very proud, very happy to have had the opportunity to work with AFD, Servier, other colleagues, and especially with the Africa Internet Research Foundation and the government of Ghana in making this happen. I will not keep you longer. I will just, I would have liked to start to thank everybody, but I'm sure we'll forget someone. So you know who you are, you know how well you did in this, and you know how well you will do going back home. So I thank you in advance for that. And I use the last 10 seconds of my time to give you a little gift as I go. Please go to our website, godan.info, and that's not a commercial that I'm doing. It's because there's a wealth of tools that will allow you to better understand, make use of geodata, but also lots of other things that will empower you and allow you to see other people's experiences and how you can take the best of that to bring right here in Ghana or in the country, whichever country you came in from. So my last message for you is let's all work together to harness the power of data. Let's set data free for the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, it's now time to almost close this closing ceremony. And I'm going to invite on stage somebody who is very fitting to summarize all that has happened in these 3 intense days. The name is Dr. Eric Akumia. Please come on stage. Dr. Eric Akumia, please come on stage for this very special final address to the audience, summarizing all that we have heard, learned, and will take with us throughout the rest of the year and hopefully beyond 2020 and even beyond the following year. Thank you, Dr. Eric Akumia. Please take the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Akumia, not Dr. Akumia, just a little correction. I'm just making a closing remark on behalf of Dr. Grace Bediako, who is the chairman of the local organizing committee and the chairperson for Ghana Statistical Service, of the board of Ghana Statistical Service. So I'm just here as the vice chair of the local organizing committee reading the speech that Madame would have given if she was here. So I read, distinguished delegates to the first Africa Open Geospatial Data and Internet Conference. Too soon, the conference has come to an end. A lot of knowledge has been exchanged in the different sessions that has taken place over the past 3 days. The technology track has discussed key emerging technologies, including drone surveying, mapping, and digital transformation through geospatial technology. The AGDIC tracks were also very educative, sharing knowledge, including digital farming that defines the future of agriculture. A lot of capacity building happened over the 3 days in the workshops including the artificial intelligence workshop. A ministerial conference was held on day 2 of the conference, after which the Accra Declaration was adopted and accepted by all participants to the ministerial conference. The Accra Declaration will go a long way to strengthen previous declarations and provide the clear roadmap for future of opening data on agric and nutrition in Africa. A very successful hackathon sponsored by AFD was held during the conference, and we congratulate all the winners who just pitched a few minutes ago. Indeed, the conference has been a very great success, and we go a long way to define the future of Africa's digital work. Africa needs to leapfrog in adoption of technology, and the conference has provided a good launch pad for this. I am confident that knowledge and technology transferred to participants in the different training sessions and tracks will go a long way for the adoption of these technologies. We also wish to acknowledge the special sessions for women and youth in technology that was held. The future of Africa hinges especially on these groups. Let me end by acknowledging our sponsors who have supported the organization of this event. I also wish to thank all the supporting partners who have made this event a great success. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ghana, the National Development Planning Commission, Ghana, the Statistical Service of Ghana, Rocket Time, CTA, Global Media and Communications, MacReal, MCC, HE, and ICANN. My thanks also go to Gordon, our strategic partner of this conference, and Sevier West Africa, the co-organizers, for the tremendous work done to bring this conference into fruition. Finally, I would like to thank Wisdom and the organizing team for the great work done in organizing the conference. Let's give them a round of applause. And on that note, I formally declare this conference closed. Thank you.
Well, I'm so glad that Mr. Akumia said all of those things, because I was going to thank the sponsors and the partners and all of that, but he has done the job for me. So thank you so much, Mr. Akumia. Indeed, the conference is now closed. It was fruitful. I believe you learned a lot, interacted a lot, networked a lot as well. So I do hope that you take this with you throughout, the future, that you use all that you learned to impact our society. It was a pleasure to host this from day 1 to day 2 to day 3. This is Angela Ike-Asante, aka AAA, and I hope to see you some other time. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Sorry, a final note. Everybody that